getting married. I've always worn Bill.
So Luca Mars leading the way as Alessandro Di Tullio gave up the spot over in the hairpins, with Mars making a great move in the back section. Now down to turn 11, Di Tullio going to take it right back. Reese Gold trying to follow through. They'll go side by side for second. Jeremy Fletcher loving it as he starts to close up. Carson Morgan also going to look to the inside into turn number 1. He'll go by Gold. Now Mars with a little bit of help from Morgan. Luca Mars back to the lead. Carson Morgan trying to get by Di Tullio. He'll cross him over out of turn 2, side by side for second. Here comes Jeremy Fletcher. He's up to the bumper of Reese Gold to turn 3. And Fletcher goes down the inside. Move Jeremy Fletcher to P4. Gold going to get him right back, though, in turn number 4. So Luca Mars, your new leader here by 4 kart lengths over Carson Morgan. Behind Morgan, it's Di Tullio, then Gold, and then Jeremy Fletcher. A 5-kart breakaway in the Mini Rock division, and Mars leads the way through the S's. Into turn number 1, Carson Morgan really getting hard onto the brakes, but he's still not losing any time on it. Again, about momentum a little bit more in the Mini Rock and Micro Rock divisions than in some of the higher horsepower classes. So you don't always want to get on those brakes as hard, but this is one of the slowest corners in North American karting here. Turns 1 and 2 at the Palm Beach International Raceway, and you can get away with that because of how slow you've got to get that car slow down, shortening that braking distance by locking them up, and then just easing onto them can still pay dividends. And Carson Morgan, whatever he's doing, he shouldn't change it. He's still looking very quick as he pulls up to the bumper of Luca Mars through the S's. Jeremy Fletcher was flying up to the leaders while they were battling, but now that he's caught up to the back bumper of Reese Gold, he has fallen off just a little bit of at least the pace he was on. He's still in the draft comfortably, but not moving as quickly forward as they thought he might be able to, as the white flag flies here in the Mini Rock pre-final. 1 lap to go. Luca Mars going to defend to the inside. Carson Morgan going to try and cross him over. A great move to turn 2. Morgan on the outside. He'll get popped by Mars. 3 wide for the lead. Carson Morgan goes through to the top spot. Luca Mars on the outside. 3 wide for second. Di Tullio with pressure from Reese Gold. Gold goes through to P2. Jeremy Fletcher now going to be on the outside in turn 4. He'll fall back to 5th. Gold loses the second spot. Di Tullio goes back through. Carson Morgan gets a 3 kart length advantage. What a weekend here for Carson Morgan, breaking through to the top spot yesterday for the first time in the new year, and now leading the pre-final with half a lap to go and a 3 kart length advantage. Out of turn number 10, Carson Morgan takes a look back, a 2 kart advantage. No need to defend in turn number 11, out of the final turn on the racetrack. A great drive, putting himself on the outside lane. Carson Morgan wins the Mini Rock pre-final. Alessandro Di Tullio finishes second. Reese Gold finishes third. Luca Mars in fourth. Jeremy Fletcher finishes in fifth. Sixth to Justin Arsenault. Seventh, Connor Zilic. Eighth, Brent Cruz. Ninth, James Zagozi. And 10th, a great battle there between Dale Curran and Ashton Chilton. So here for Senior Rock, Austin Garrison and Jet Nolan make up the front row in the NRM Motorsports Tony Kart and J3 Competition Comp Kart. Ryan Norberg and Ben Barnicoat. Row number 2, Dustin Strauss, Gabriel Paturli. Row 3, there as everyone sped up to get into the line, so we might need to try and grid them up a little bit earlier. Everyone's still trying to stay out of the marbles, and that's understandable, but unfortunately we still didn't have a clean start to give the green, so we'll wave that one off and try it again here. Austin Garrison and Jet Nolan going to get another attempt. Jet Nolan, I believe, the only driver this weekend pulling double duty in Senior Rock and Senior Shifter Rock, and he's being very successful here in Senior, especially. Not too bad on the Senior Shifter Rock division either. As he lines up alongside Austin Garrison in warm-up, Ryan Norberg was about 4.5 tenths off of Garrison's time. He was a tenth and a half on the rest of the field. Ben Barnicoat was quick. Arthur Lease showed a little bit better speed than where he's starting as well. But up until this point, it had been just Norberg and Garrison speed-wise this weekend, with Norberg having some bad luck. It's been all Austin Garrison out in front. So Austin Garrison will look to continue his hot streak right now that he's riding here in Palm Beach. He has swept every session thus far. No one has even seen the lead but the number 329, and we get the green this time. We'll see if he can continue that down to turn. Norberg goes to second. 2 drivers maybe all together in turn number 11 stuck, and it looks to be that Jet Nolan, maybe one of them, as Jesse Krill gets put sideways. Multiple drivers get held up. Dustin Strauss falls back quite a few positions. Nolan as well. Oh, big jump out of turn number 2. Logan Cussin hard over the top of one of the drivers. He's going to come out and with a DNF here as he pulls off to the side. A madhouse right now outside the top 6 or 7 spots, but Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg lead the way. Ben Barnicoat to third. Jesse Krill runs in 4th. Fifth is going to be the NF Sports driver, the number 307 of Vinicius Ponce. What a start for Ponce. In 5th right now, Manuel Transcoso. Or 6th, Manuel 6th, Arthur Lease. 7th, Jet Nolan ahead of Trancoso right now. And 9th looks to be Gabriel Paturli, as we've still got quite a battle from 10th on back. Dustin Strauss trying to make up a few positions right now as he was shuffled way deep in the field, getting caught up in some of the calamity in the first 2 turns. But right now, Austin Garrison starting to lengthen that lead out over Ryan Norberg. We thought it might just be these 2 out in front, but no, it is just one. Austin Garrison pulling away here early on in the pre-final for Senior Rock at the Palm Beach International Raceway. He's got that comp cart right now hooked up as he heads through the S's and down to turn number 11. Out of turn number 2, Ryan Norberg got a really good run in the PSL Karting Burrell Art Machine, but Austin Garrison's strong point this weekend has been through the hairpin section, keeping that cart freed up to get a good run out. Although he starts to defend a little bit into turn number 4 now as Norberg pulls up to the rear bumper, and here comes Ben Barnicoat. Barnicoat with a full chassis and engine package switch over right before the 3rd heat race. Had to make up quite a few spots. In 4th, now in 3rd, he'll do a great dive to the inside of Norberg in turn 7. Really start to bog them down, and Norberg now falls back to Jesse Krill. Jesse Krill, one of the Palm Beach locals here, having a great weekend in the Top Car chassis. In 4th in the pre-final as Ben Barnicoat now sets his sights on Austin Garrison. Barnicoat now looking to try and run down the bright yellow and blue of Austin Garrison in front. It's a 4-car breakaway back to the 307 of Ponce. Jet Nolan has worked his way past Arthur Least. So Nolan in the 6th spot, Least in the 7th spot, Gabriel Paturli 8th. But a 4-car pack up front, and Ben Barnicoat is charging. The Fullerton USA driver has cut the lead in half from what it was in turn number 1. Into turn 1 once again. Barnicoat that time by one of the quickest drivers on the racetrack. Hill with a late dive to the inside from 2 kart lengths back. Ben Barnicoat goes to the lead. Austin Garrison had a really good bit of patience there to turn away at the last second to make sure he didn't turn into Ben Barnicoat. That late of a lunge now cost Garrison a little time, and Norberg is hot on his bumper as Barnicoat tries to pull away. Norberg going to give Garrison a little bump and run. Garrison was defending quite a bit to hold on. Norberg, none of it in turn 5. Ryan Norberg goes through to second. Ben Barnicoat's been struggling a little bit to get the Fullerton chassis rolling here this weekend, but now he has a good gap back to Orlando, Florida's Ryan Norberg. Austin Garrison runs 3rd, and still in the 4th spot on the racetrack is Jesse Krill holding on to the top 3. Jesse Krill running with some very big names here in the Florida Winter Tour. And in racing overall, Ben Barnicoat, the 2012 KF2 European champion, here running with us aboard the Fullerton USA entry, and he's still holding the lead even back to Norberg. We'll see if Norberg can run him down now. Again, this track still very big on the draft as well as they head over to turn number 11 and then down the front stretch. You're really high on RPMs and you can still get a tow even in the senior division. So Barnicoat leads, Norberg 2nd, Garrison 3rd, Krill in 4th. Jet Nolan has gone to 5th over Ponce, who's now under pressure from Least and Paturli. Out of turn number 11, Ryan Norberg reeling in Ben Barnicoat just ever so slightly right now. We'll have a battle for the lead again in just a lap or 2 as Barnicoat leads them into the braking zone for turn number 1. For the first time this weekend, we're seeing a little bit of a chink in the armor of Austin Garrison, who has been flawless and no mistakes still from the comp car driver, but he is not as quick here in the pre-final, at least having the upper hand as he did on the rest of the field in the heat races. Norberg and Barnicoat both picking up their pace a little bit. Again, Norberg's main reason was he got shuffled back to every single start. But even in warm-up, like I said this morning, Garrison was a 10th.5 quicker than everyone. But the track has warmed up. The sun is out here in Palm Beach, Florida. It is a very hot racetrack now. And Norberg, as he closes to Barnicoat, he simultaneously pulls away, this time by here from Austin Garrison. Garrison also pulling away from Jesse Krill as Jet Nolan continues. Out of turn number 2, Norberg can see that he's reeling in UK's Ben Barnicoat. The Englishman still leading the 2 American drivers out in front as the 3 karts have officially pulled away here from Jesse Krill. He's fallen off the draft. Still a great run for the top car driver running in the 4th spot as Barnicoat leads by 3.5 to 4 kart lengths through turn number 6. Ben Barnicoat is very strong right now through the S's section, but Norberg and Garrison still on the draft trying to close as they exit turn number 11 and head down the front straightaway to the finish line once again. Just a 2 to 3 kart length advantage between all 3 drivers inside the top 3 for Senior Rock. with Barnecoat showing the way here over Norberg and Garrison. Still the gap holding at just 3 carts, no more. Garrison and Norberg, although they closed a little bit into 7. Whatever Ben Barnecoat is doing here through the S's, it looks like his cart just working a little better, especially here on the second half. Ryan Norberg was bouncing over the curving this past time. Garrison pulled him a little bit, but Ben Barnecoat just floating that Fuller, being able to give that gap. Everywhere else, he may not be as quick. He may even be a little bit slower than second and third place Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison. But through the S's that lead them onto the back straightaway to the Mechanics hairpin, Ben Barnecoat right now what looks to be the best driver through that. This time, Norberg a little bit better through the S's. He's still bouncing it here right now through turn number. He's got only 2 laps left to do it. Ryan Norberg on the hunt for Ben Barnecoat as Barnecoat continues to lead with 2 to go. Ryan Norberg, a little hop in the seat to try and get a better run out of the corner. He's pulled away a good bit from Garrison now into turn number 3. As they exit the hairpin section, Norberg closing it down to maybe 2 cart lengths now through turn number 5. Now just a cart length and a half as they head for turn 6, though. This is Barnecoat's best section on the racetrack we're coming up on. Norberg needs a good run through here to challenge for the lead on the final lap. Otherwise, he'll be forced to start on the outside lane for the pre-final. Or for the main event, correction, as we are in the pre-final right now here with a lap and a quarter remaining. Barnecoat with a look behind, sees Norberg is coming, but he's not there yet. No need to defend for the Englishman. Garrison falling back. He's settled into third. No pressure from behind as Norberg is 2 carts back to start the final lap. Can he make up the ground? He looks really good through turn number 2. Norberg down to just a cart length and a half away from Ben Barnecoat into turn 3. Ryan Norberg, if he can get through 3 and 4 well, might have a shot in turn 5. He's going to try and close the gap into turn 4. I don't believe he's close enough. Cannot do it into 5. Norberg running out of time here as Barnecoat still leads. Ben Barnecoat doing a great job, not putting a single wheel wrong since taking the lead. And now to the S's section where Barnecoat is so strong. Norberg trying, but just a little shimmy of the wheel as the car came unsettled through turn number 9 and 10. Gives Barnecoat the advantage he needs out of the final turn on the racetrack. Ben Barnecoat, for the first time this weekend, not only sees the lead, but the checkered flag first. He wins the pre-final in Senior Rock. Ryan Norberg finishes second. Austin Garrison finishes third. Jesse Krill fourth. Jet Noland rounds out the top 5. Quite a bit of shuffling here in this one as well. We had a couple of drivers get involved in an incident exiting turn number 11 off the start. Next up, it's the Micro Rock division. 34 Micro Rockers set to take to the racetrack, 7 to 10 years old, the youngest division we have here in the Rock Cup USA program. And then we'll have our Masters Rock class, followed by the Shifter Senior and Shifter Masters divisions. So for the Micro Rock pre-final, Miguel Costa will start on the pole. The Bennick driver under his own operation, the MC Racing team. Here, your winner from Homestead starting on the pole for the pre-final. He starts alongside Sebastian NG in the Mike Birdsell tuned Nitro Kart on the outside of the front row. Ian Aguilera Atuar in the Paralin from Mexico, the number 77, starting in the third spot alongside the United Kingdom driver Brandon Carr. Carr seeing fellow Englishman Ben Barnicoat being able to take the win in Senior Rocks pre-final. He'll be looking to do the same here in the Micro Rock division. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. and Mateo Rubio Luengo make up row number 3. Jamie Newton and Alex Powell, row 4. Nicholas Ambiato and Cooper Shipman are going to round out your top 10 here in the 34-driver Micro Rock field. Again, no LCQ for this one, just enough that everyone transfers through to the main event. The 34 kart CIK level fields here at the Florida Winter Tour. Again, a huge thank you to all of our partners that make it possible for us to be able to put on these events for all of you drivers and everyone viewing at home. First and foremost, VCI, powered by AM Racing Engines, which brings to you the Florida Winter Tour and all Max Speed Entertainment events. Fixie Wheels, the official presenting sponsor of all Max Speed Entertainment events, as well as the Florida Winter Tour for 2017. Race Monitor, our official live timing and scoring app, which again has through live video and audio. Our full broadcast live, just as on the Max Speed Entertainment official website, is on Race Monitor. We'll also be hopefully going live again today on Facebook to the Max Speed Entertainment official Facebook page for the second half of the day, which will have all of our main events and the podium presentations. We have our wrap-up videos, of course. We debuted the Max Speed Rapid Fire series. That was the end of the day yesterday with Ryan Norberg on Facebook Live. Feel free to check it out. We'll be doing more of those and some more other new video series we hope to debut very soon here with Max Speed Entertainment official events. We've got some fun stuff coming your way here next weekend and for Ocala Grand Prix. Our next driver that'll be featured on the Max Speed Rapid Fire show, it will be Austin Garrison, the driver who finished third there in that pre-final after going perfect thus far this weekend, sweeping the pole and all 3 heat races. But back on track, the Micro Rock class here with Miguel Costa on the pole and Sebastian NG starting second. This one will be quite a show at 34 drivers strong. There are probably 10, maybe 12 drivers that have the speed to battle for the win here in this division. It's all about getting a good start and being able to stay in the lead pack. We've been lucky enough to have 3 great pre-finals to start our day. Micro Rock, our 4th class, is set to deliver nothing less than that. Masters Rock is set to follow, and then we'll round out pre-finals this morning with the Shifter Master and Shifter Senior combined pre-final here for the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. problems on the outlap for two drivers. Danny Dzelski is one of them. We have. That was Paul Bacchus there that had the first kart to stall, and then Danny Dzelski the second one. They both have gotten back going, so they'll get the opportunity to get back into their starting position here for Micro Rock, which means we're still going to have all 34 drivers take the green here in the pre-final. It is a 10-lap pre-final for the Micro and Mini divisions, 12 laps for the full-size classes. Again, 2 more after this one with the Masters Rock division and then the Shifter Senior / Shifter Master Rock combined pre-final. We had separated them earlier on the weekend, but Shifter Master at just 5 entries. We've combined that back into Shifter Senior, and hopefully it won't play into the effect of the racing, which we have seen some great racing in the Shifter Senior division. We're really slowing them down here with Miguel Costa and Sebastian NG. We're going to practically bring the field to a crawl and burn up the clutches here through turn number 4. A lovely smell that we always love to see in the Mini and Micro divisions as we go for turn number 5. Nice and slow for Sebastian NG. And Miguel Costa, at the very least, better than going a little bit too quick and tearing up the equipment in a different way, I suppose. The clutch being only the one thing that might suffer in such a slow crawl around the racetrack. But it's going to be a few minutes before we get them over to the tram lanes. At the very least, for the most part right now, it doesn't look like anybody in the mid-pack on back is really slamming into the rear bumper of anyone. Everyone's still giving a little bit of room here under the pace lap for the Micro Rock class. They'll get their second attempt this time. Miguel Costa and Sebastian NG, I'm sure, watched the last chance qualifiers. We had either 5 or 4 failed attempts in the Junior and Mini Rock divisions. 5 in the Mini Rock class, and I believe only 4 in the Junior Rock division. And I could be mistaken on that. So they're going to try and make sure they still get to start on the front row, which they've earned here through the heat races. Miguel Costa, Sebastian NG side by side through turn 10. Everyone's nose to tail. A few drivers starting deeper in your field due to some incidents early on. But as we'll watch field, but we might actually spinners in the first turn, side by side for 4th on back. Now maybe a battle for 2nd as Miguel Costa leads down to turn number 1. Ian Aguilera to our late move. He'll go to the inside. A lot of shuffling, but the Micro Rock drivers, outside of one driver getting turned a little bit sideways at the back of the field, proving that even at 34 drivers, they can make it through clean, better than Junior, Senior, and Mini Rock through the first 3 pre-finals. Now to turn 3, 4, and 5, we're still clean. All 34 drivers are running, and Ian Aguilera-Etoile is at the helm. Miguel Costa runs 2nd. Brandon Carr runs in 3rd. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. runs 4th. Jamie Newton 5th. Alex Powell 6th. Mateo Rubio Luengo 7th. Sebastian NG started 2nd. He's down to 8th as Powell looks to the inside of Newton down to 11. Ian Aguilera-Etoile still leading the way down to turn number 1, but here comes Miguel Costa, and if he doesn't go for it, Brandon Carr will. Brandon Carr to the inside of Costa. New 2nd place position here for Brandon Carr as Miguel Costa gets shoved down to 3rd on the order. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. 4th. Alex Powell has caught up to the pack along with Jamie Newton. They're 5th and 6th. Mateo Rubio Luengo, Sebastian NG a little bit farther back now in 7th as they head through the back hairpins. But Ian Aguilera-Etoile now with a full bumper from Brandon Carr. Out of turn 10, Brandon Carr with a great move in turn number 7 has put him through to the lead. But now he'll lose it in turn 11. Ian Aguilera-Etuar goes through. New leader, Ian Aguilera-Etuar taking it back. Brandon Carr tucks into the draft. He'll go back down the inside. Side by side, the Mexican versus the Englishman. Here comes Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. He'll pick off 2 spots in turn 1. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. in the VCI Paralympic entry going into the 2nd spot as he goes by Aguilera-Etuar. Here comes Alex Powell up to the bumper of Etuar. He runs in the 4th position. A great battle, a line of nearly 10 or 11 go-karts going all the way back to M.O. Fittipaldi here in the Micro Rock pre-final. Ian Aguilera-Etuar leads the way. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. in second. Brandon Carr leads. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. second. Ian Aguilera-Etuar third. Alex Powell fourth. Miguel Costa 5th. Jamie Newton 6th. Sebastian NG 7th. Mateo Rubio Luengo runs in the 8th spot. Out of turn 11, it's still one long train here in Micro Rock. What a race. All 34 drivers are still running. I don't believe we've had any mechanical failures. What a race here in the pre-final for Micro Rock as Brandon Carr leads one of the biggest trains we have seen all weekend. Down to turn number 3, Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. still not seeing a charge from Ian Aguilera-Etuar as the change in 4th takes place. Miguel Costa goes back by Alex Powell. Jamie Newton still runs in the 6th spot. Sebastian NG 7th as Elliot Cox has been working his way through the field. He's up to the 8th spot now and in the lead pack as NG runs wide in turn 6. A couple of bobbles here from Sebastian NG have given the top 6 a little bit of a breakaway now for the main group. Elliot Cox going to have to work hard to get up there. He'll go to the bumper of NG, now looking to the inside for 7th. Elliot Cox, what a rebound, the driver who stalled out in the first heat race after being slotted to start on the front row, up to 7th. Into turn 1, Alex Powell under heavy fire from Jamie Newton. Pass for the lead. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. goes through. Ian Aguilera-Etuar down to 2nd as a big battle even farther back. Elliot Cox under a lot of pressure. Sebastian NG goes through and more drivers coming as we see Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. fending off Ian Aguilera-Etuar to turn 3. Jamie Newton and Alex Powell having an all-out brawl here to turn number 5 for the 5th spot. We've separated out our packs now. It's a 4-cart breakaway. It's Etuar, Carr, Carrasquedo Jr., and Costa all in the pack, but Carrasquedo Jr. leads them as they head through the S's. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., your leader. Brandon Carr goes to the bumper, and he'll stay there into the final racetrack. He may look to the inside, though, in turn number 1. Alex Powell tucking his head behind the wheel of the Speed Concepts Racing Tony Kart. He's trying to close the gap to the leaders. Brandon Carr not going to make a move. Ian Aguilera-Etuar will. Teammates with Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., I believe. They're working together. At least they're both on the same chassis, the 2 Paralympic entries. Now battle for the 3rd spot. Brandon Carr now battle for 2nd. 3 wide to turn 3. Miguel Costa trying the inside of Brandon Carr. He'll just go to the inside of Ian Aguilera-Etuar. Alex Powell going to pass Aguilera-Etuar on the outside. Alex Powell using the outside lane to go through in turn number 4. Jamie Newton still side by side with Ian Aguilera-Etuar to turn number 6. Side by side still for the 5th spot. Newton takes it away in turn number 7. Battle. Here comes Brandon Carr. He'll go through on Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. Brandon Carr now leads down to turn number 1. Carrasquedo Jr. takes a look back, and it's a little bit of a gap they've built up to Miguel Costa, but that will close in the braking zone as Sebastian NG goes to the inside of Jamie Newton. Newton going to hold it. He'll go back down the inside in turn 2. So through turn 3 right now, the 4-card breakaway up front, a little 3-card battle behind them for 5th, and then another 5-card pack farther back with Mateo Rubio Luengo, along with Elliott Cox, and quite a few others that have some speed. Emil Fittipaldi runs in the group, as well as Noah Baker and Vinicius Cesaro. Through the S's, Brandon Carr leads. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. down to 2nd as Miguel Costa runs in 3rd. So Carr making his move in the back section for the top spot, and he'll lead them through turn number 11 with a 1-car length advantage. And you look away for a second and you miss the change. Here it is to turn 1, though. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. to the inside of Brandon Carr. He'll go through Alex Powell over the top of Miguel Costa in turn 2. He's still going. What a save by Alex Powell. Battle for the lead once again. Brandon Carr back to the inside of Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. for the top spot in turn 3. He'll take it away. Carrasquedo Jr. down to 2nd. I'm not sure how Alex Powell got lodged onto the rear bumper of Miguel Costa. He's fallen off the draft of the top 3, but if they continue to battle for the lead, he'll be right back in it. What a save by Alex Powell in the Tony Kart. Ian Aguilera Tuar still runs in 5th. Sebastian NG 6th. Jamie Newton in 7th. Rubio Luengo 8th. Tesoro in 9th. Noah Baker as we go through turn number 11. This time by double sticks in the air for your race leader, Brandon Carr. 1 lap to go. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. trying to get some help. Miguel Costa going to work with him to turn 1. Battle for 5th. Alex Powell going to lose the 4th spot in 11. Now he'll lose 5th to Sebastian NG. The backward slide beginning for the Tony Kart. As we look back up to the lead, Brandon Carr with a 2-card advantage to Carrasquedo Jr. Alex Powell now simply having to defend from Jamie Newton in the 6th spot. That's the closest battle we have up front, as it looks like we're closing up maybe a little bit here for 1st and 2nd. Still a 2-card gap for the United Kingdom's Brandon Carr. Through the S's for the final time in the coming to the final time in the pre-final. The white flag will fly, this time by for Brandon Carr. He'll have 1 lap to go. Miguel Costa to the inside of Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. No, he is not able to make it stick in turn 11. Carrasquedo Jr. keeps it wound up. He loses a kart length in the process. Costa gonna work with him now to turn number 1 as Brandon Carr still leads. Through turn 3, Brandon Carr over Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. Miguel Costa still 3rd. Ian Aguilera Atuar in 4th. But Brandon Carr right now running flawlessly on the racetrack. Carrasquedo Jr. just not able to close the gap as they go to turn number 6. He's still a couple karts back, even in the draft here for the Micro Rock division. What a run for Brandon Carr, but here comes Carrasquedo Jr. through the S's. Maybe he's a kart and a half back. I don't think he's close enough to do a dive. It doesn't look like it. Out of turn. Himself right where he wants to be. He wins the Micro Rock pre-final. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. finishes 2nd. Miguel Costa 3rd. Ian Aguilera Tuar 4th. Sebastian NG 5th. Alex Powell 6th, Jamie Newton in 7th, Vinicius Tesoro 8th, Mateo Rubio Luengo 9th, Elliott Cox rounds out the top. Next up, what should be a little bit more of a mellow race here in the Masters Rock class at 12 drivers strong. It's not nearly as big as the classes we've seen, but then again, right after it, we'll have the Shifter Senior and Shifter Master combination pre-final, which should not only be exciting off the Shifter Seniors alone, but if they catch any of the backmark Shifter Master drivers at any point through the race, we could see even more chaos and calamity in that one. 12 laps, the distance the next 2 pre-finals before our lunch break right here on MaxSpeedEntertainment.com and Race Monitor, the official live timing and scoring partner of Max Entertainment. So one minor correction here. They were run together for the warm-up session, but the Shifter Senior and Shifter Masters drivers will be running separate for the pre-final. So we've actually got two more races left after this one. The Masters Rock class on the racetrack. It's Gaia Magno and Pedro Cabrera, your front row. Miguel Gransal and Rodrigo Espina have switched their starting spots from the heat races. They're third and fourth. Fifth is Jason Nazario. Sixth is Pippa Mann. And the rest of the 12-kart Masters field making their way over to turn number 7.
Right, you don't have a sheet like pre-final starting lineups and stuff.
No, but Race Monitor, if you look at it really quickly, it'll have it because they put them in on the timing.
Right before it starts, though. I'm saying, like, where did Brandon Clark start? 9th or something? 4th. No, he's not 4th.
Start. He'll lead. Down to turn number 1, and Miguel Gransal puts the TB card up for the first time this weekend. He leads the way. Gaia Magno down to second. Rodrigo Espino got up to third, but Pedro Cabrera crosses him up to turn 3. Gaia Magno moves the Orsilon Racing FA car to the inside in turn 3, unable to get by Miguel Gransal. A 4-card breakaway in Masters Rock. Out of turn 7 and through the S's for Miguel Gransal and Gaia Magno. Jason Nazario and Rodrigo Espina, correction there, third and fourth. Racetrack, he's all the way down in last, heading through turn number 3. Either Mark Julian or Francisco Costa also pulling off the racetrack here at the exit of turn number 11. So we'll watch up front as Miguel Gransal leads the way. Rodrigo Espina second, just ahead of Jason Nazario, while Gaia Magno, your leader from this weekend, after going perfect in every session up until now, has found himself down in second, but he'll look to the inside in turn 4. A great dive. Gaia Magno to the lead in turn number 4. Miguel Gransal runs in second, Espina third, Nazario in fourth as they head into turn number 7, and that might just be ball game here for the rest of the Masters Rock drivers as Gaia Magno looks to set sail. A 2 to 3 card advantage already and make that 4 now as they head to turn 11. Into turn number 1, Rodrigo Espina pushing with Miguel Gransal, who defends down to the inside, and that's going to cost them even more time as they head over to turn number 2. Espina going to try and cross him up. He'll look to the inside over to turn 3. Not going to be able to get there. Miguel Gransal holds the position as they head over to 4. "12 laps the distance in the Masters Rock pre-final and the Shifter Masters pre-final here. Again, a 6-cart Shifter Master division is slotted to go up next. Again, the first of 2 standing start pre-finals we'll see with the Shifter Rock Senior division to wrap us up here in the morning. And the gap stretching out here in the top 4. A big break between all drivers that were nose to tail just 2 laps ago. Behind them, the battle for 5th raging on as Pippa Mann has worked her way past Two drivers right now. One of them was Miles Mahoney. She fell behind a couple of laps ago. Fill the pot. Previous lap, so Pippa Man up 2 positions. Through turn number 4 for Gaia Magno. Miguel Gransal still sits in second, with Rodrigo Espina third, Jason Nazario fourth. No real changes now, and everyone's sort of spaced out off their raw speed. I don't believe, unless we see any big mistakes, that we'll see any more position changes here in the pre-final. And we've got still 7 laps to go this time by for Masters Rock. Rodrigo Espina starting to reel in Miguel Gransal just ever so slightly here in the final half of this one, as we get the halfway point. Cross flags in the air for your race leader, Gaia Magno. No pressure from behind for the Ursuline Racing FA car driver, but Miguel Gransal is starting to feel the heat here from Rodrigo Espina, who has been charging back up after getting shuffled a little bit back with Pedro Cabrera's incident in turn number 1. Through turn number 3, Espina up to the rear bumper now. He'll have to get creative, as Gransal already beginning to defend into turn number 5. Miguel Gransal sensing that Rodrigo Espina is looking for a way by as they enter turn number 6 right now. Gransal still holds the position, but Espina all over, waiting for the bobble and waiting for really the right opportunity to pounce as they head through the S's and down to turn number 11. Into turn number 3, Rodrigo Espina with a great run out of turn number 2 will look to capitalize on it, and he'll take over the second spot. Change in position, Miguel Gransal down to they make contact in turn 4. Miguel Gransal and Rodrigo Espina go around, and Espina able to unhook his cart. He'll try and get back in. Jason Nazario goes through to second, Pippa Man into third, and they both struggling to get going. Espina throwing the chain on the Barellart. He'll put it up on its side to try and get it back on to get going. But Rodrigo Espina throws his hand up in frustration again. Miguel Gransal got up to the bumper of him after passing, and I don't know if he was looking to try and stick a nose. He was not even close to moving over enough to be on the inside, and definitely not there. You can see the rubber mark here of the rear tire halfway on the center of Miguel Gransal's front bumper. So with that, your leader, Gaia Magno, is still the same, but Jason Nazario moves up to the second spot. Third is Pippa Man. Fourth, Jesus Robles. And fifth is Miles Mahoney. Just a little bit too aggressive with way too much time left here in the Masters Rock field that unfortunately ended the day for Rodrigo Espina and put Miguel Gransal to the back. And I don't believe it was Espina's fault. It didn't look like he was defending from my point of view over at turn number 4, as now Gransal has a problem. Miguel Gransal plowing down the barrier on the exit of turn 7, and that front bumper has come off in the TB car. So Miguel Gransal has picked up his front bumper. He's put it in his lap. He's kept the engine running, and he's going to drive that car into the pit lane. I'm not sure I have ever seen that before here in a go-kart race, where when you lose your front bumper, you're still at such a slow speed, you keep the engine running and pick it up, put it on in between your legs, and take it into the pit lane. Either way, it makes our track cleanup a little bit quicker, but that ends the day for Miguel Gransal here in the pre-final. He'll have another shot in the main event, but that puts him right at the back, and he'll start. So that puts him back on the last row, or the last row of the grid. He'll start in the 10th spot. Rodrigo Espina will start in 11th if they don't make any changes, and Pedro Cabrera will start 12th. So the two drivers that got together in turn number 4 for second will now start right next to each other at the back of the field in the pre-final, or in the main event, correction. As your leader, Gaia Magno, still heads up the field here by a solid margin. There's no real battles at the moment. It looks like that might be either Mark Julian or Francisco da Costa trying to catch up to Miles Mahoney. Yes, Mark Julian there, closing the gap to Miles Mahoney. So Miguel Gransal and Rodrigo Espina going to start on the same row. But I forgot about Francisco da Costa with an issue, so that puts Gransal in 9th. Espina will start 10th. They'll be on the exact same row after making contact over in turn number 4. Again, that's completely unofficial. I'm sure the officials had something to say about the incident over in turn number 4 and maybe anything more during the race. Oh, and around goes Miles Mahoney on his own in turn number 1. Trying to drive it in deep there for what is the 4th and positions. And in front of him, Jesus Robles slows down. And there goes Mark Julian. 2 spots and 2 corners. He didn't even have to try to make a pass. As for Gaia Magno, it has been nothing but clear racetrack after getting by Miguel Gransal. And once again, it will not be perfect, but it will be a clean sweep. Gaia Magno, rounding the final turn, will win the pre-final. One more session before you can bring out the brooms. Second place will go to Jason Nazario. Third will go to Pippa Mann. 4th is going to go to Mark Julian. And 5th will go to Jesus Robles. 6th, Miles Mahoney. 7th to Augusto Aguilar. 9th, David Ritchie. 10th, Miguel Gransal. Or 9th, Miguel Gransal. And 10th, Rodrigo Espina. That wraps Masters Rock class, as we've got quite a few drivers unfortunately involved in some incidents. I don't know how many pickups we'll have. We should only have maybe one stalled kart, and that's Rodrigo Espina. He's sitting in it right now, maybe waiting for the opportunity to get it refired if he was able to put the chain back on it. If so, we'll be set to go ahead with the Shifter Master Rock division, and then our Shifter Senior Rock drivers will follow them afterwards. So 2 more pre-finals remain here at the second round of the Rock edition of the Florida Winter Tour. So I don't know what we have on our stream here, but for anyone still watching over in the stands, Rodrigo Espina was not able to get the kart refired, but it seems like he's enlisted the help of Augusto Aguilar to help pull him around the racetrack, but they're not doing what some drivers may, initially think, just to push him around from front to rear bumper. No, they're holding hands, and Augusto Aguilar is actually pulling Rodrigo Espina simply by his left arm around the racetrack. Again, two things I have never seen before in a go-kart race. A driver picking up their front bumper and driving it into the pit lane on their own, and then instead of just pushing him front to rear bumper, which I think he'll do now into the scale line, they held hands as sort of a matter of respect or something of the sort. I'm not sure exactly what, but either way, they've got the karts off the racetrack. They've saved us a little bit of time, I guess, with the kart recovery. So now it's time to go racing in the Shifter Master Rock division. 6 drivers strong. Vicky Bryan shown speed, but the driver to beat this weekend is the TB kart of Farshad Bagheri. Out of the first turn, Farshad Bagheri gets a good jump. Vicky Bryan with another hole shot, although she's going to lose a position now, as there goes Bagheri down the inside in second. That's actually Igor Molkin who got the jump off start, and Scott Davidson gets sideways there at the exit of turn number 2. He'll fall to the tail end of the field. Vicky Bryan has probably had the most consistently picked up spots in terms of starts in the Shifter Master Division all weekend. She's been strong, but just not enough space to hold it right now, as Farshad Bagheri was able to get by very quickly in the next turn. He still trails Igor Molkin, who leads the way in the Burrell Art Machine, the PSL karting driver, your leader here through the first couple of turns. So Igor Molkin and Farshad Bagheri beginning to pull away. Vicky Bryan's third, and it looks to be Janos Eiler still holding on to the fourth spot over Carlos Piazza and Scott Davidson. Scott Davidson is all over the place now. He was one of your quickest drivers in heat number 2. And unfortunately for Davidson, getting turned sideways in turn 2 to send him all the way to the back. He has not been able to climb forward yet. Down to turn number 1, Igor Molkin leading, but Farshad Bagheri closing the gap here in the TB chassis as they slide the back end around through turns 1 and 2. Scott Davidson going to make his move for the 5th spot. Carlos Piazza goes around at the exit of turn number 1. Janos Eiler now has to give up the 4th spot due to a great pass there by Scott Davidson, so he's starting to click away some good lap times. He should be able to get up to Vicky Bryan, but the top 2 have checked out on the field here in Shifter Masters. Your race leader, Igor Molkin, with a little bit of pressure from behind, but not too much from Farshad Bagheri. He's just sort of sitting there at 4 to 5 karts back. They head through turns 7 and 8. Scott Davidson hard on the brakes there, catching up to Vicky Bryan to turn number 1. He should be up to her bumper in a few laps, maybe even just one. As up front, Farshad Bagheri starting to click off a couple of better lap times than Igor Molkin. He's closing the gap just a little bit, chipping away at it, as Molkin still leads the way through turn number 5. So a decent battle here in Shifter Master, as Molkin really kicking it sideways through turn number 7. Heading through the S's here once again. Igor Molkin leads the way over Farshad Bagheri. Down the front stretch, a 2-kart, now nearly just kart and a half advantage as Bagheri closes up here to Igor Molkin. Into turn 1, Scott Davidson deep onto the brakes to the inside of Vicky Bryan. He'll take over the 3rd spot. Bryan down to 4th, but she's right back there to turn 3. Vicky Bryan going to look to the inside, battling back, not going to do it. She'll pull back in line. Igor Molkin now just down to a kart length back to Farshad Bagheri. No challenge yet from the TB kart driver, but he is close right now as they head through turn 7. Down the backstretch to turn number 11, the Mechanics hairpin. Your leader, Igor Molkin, will come to the line this time to see the cross flags in the air. 6 laps in, 6 laps to go in Shifter Masters. Igor Molkin really pulled away last time by from Farshad Bagheri. Bagheri lost a good bit of time, 6, maybe 7 or more kart lengths behind as they head over to turn number 3, and Bagheri has to start all over again to start reeling in Igor Molkin. Scott Davidson, Vicky Bryan, Janos Eiler all separated fairly evenly, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, a good ways back from the top 2 as Bagheri and Molkin make their way through the S's once again. Molkin, your leader here as they head through turn number 10, and the gap holding even, maybe holding a little bit bigger from 1st to 2nd compared to last time by. Farshad Bagheri trying to close the gap up to Igor Molkin. He's still not able to do it. As they head down to turn number 11, he's clicking off some of his best times of the race right now, but it's not really making much of a dent. He calls maybe about a kart and a half from last time by. Molkin, your leader, Bagheri 2nd. Bryan falling back into the clutches of Janos Eiler here, a potential battle for the 4th spot as Bryan still holds it by 2 karts. Here comes Janos Eiler deep on the brakes. Bryan a crossover, and Vicky Bryan holds the position now out of turn number 2. Meanwhile, out of turn 5, Igor Molkin has had his lead cut nearly in half by Farshad Bagheri. Bagheri putting his head down, clicking out a few good laps as this time by. It'll be 2 laps to go for your race leaders. Down to turn 1, Farshad Bagheri hard on the brakes, will close up to the bumper of Igor Molkin. He needs a good launch out of turn number 2 to try and be able to challenge over the next lap and a half. He got a decent one, 3 kart lengths back to turn 3. Igor Molkin by a kart length ahead of Farshad Bagheri. Out of turn 8 and through the rest of the S's section. Bagheri close, still not enough to be able to make a move. Maybe in turn number 1 if he can get a little bit of a draft and a good run out of turn number 11. Bagheri deep on the braking zone. He'll see the white flag this time by, so will Igor Molkin, your leader, but Bagari is close. Here comes Farshad Bagari to the inside in turn 1. Deep sideways into the barriers. Farshad Bagari parks it into the red and white barriers on the outside of turn 1. Going for the lead. He's stuck. Farshad Bagari on the final lap has gotten stuck in the barriers here in Palm Beach. Igor Molkin, your leader, Bagari on the final lap, ends up going in too deep to the first hairpin and falls all the way down to the 5th spot. He's about to fall to 6th as here comes Carlos Piazza on the TB card. Meanwhile, Igor Molkin unscathed as he heads down the back straightaway for the final time in the pre-final, and Farshad Bagari will have a deep starting spot. Igor Molkin, not so much. He wins the pre-final in Shifter Master. Second place will go to the Burrell Art of Scott Davidson, who fell all the way back to last here off the start. Vicky Bryan third. Janos Eiler in 4th. A heavily damaged TB kart of Farshad Bagari slows down the back straightaway. Carlos Piazza 5th. Bagari will cross the line in 6th. He will start shotgun on the field in the main event here for Shifter Masters. Next up, the last class on the running order and our last pre-final of the weekend. The Rock Shifter Senior Division is on the grid. It's been Danny Formal, Rubens Barrichello, and AJ Myers, the top 3 here this weekend. And we just about everything in this class, from night racing to different battles for the lead and multi-cart packs battling for the top spot. Gary Carlton, Matias Ramirez have both shown quite a bit of pace here this weekend as well. Rory Vanderstur has been on the outside of the top 5 along with Jet Nolan. He's been very quick and having some good stamina, being able to do both Shifter Senior and Rock Senior here for the second consecutive Florida Winter Tour Rock weekend. Jonathan Tanan, on the other hand, the driver who dominated up until the final back at Homestead, has been struggling with a series of mechanical issues here in the VCI GP chassis. He was running outside the top 5, outside the top 10 by the end of the issue before he pulled in the final heat race yesterday afternoon. So starting today deep in the field, Tanan in the GP VCI powered by AM Racing Engines entry is going to have a lot of work to do to try and find some speed and find his way forward. But here we go. AJ Myers, Danny Formal, the front row. Rubens Barrichello and Gary Carlton will make up row 2. Jimmy Cabrera, the driver who was sort of silently going into second this weekend off qualifying, has going to start down on row number 3. Another driver that's been slowly working his way forward this weekend has been Colin Daly, the DRT Racing DR driver, starting inside the top 10, and he starts right behind Rotax Jr. World champion, the first ever and current only Rotax American World Champion, Juan Manuel Correa, who has had a lot of bad luck this weekend as well. He's still inside the top 10. Andrew Bedozo has picked up nearly 10 spots every single heat race. AJ Myers dropping to the back of the field in the TB car. He has gotten going here at the tail end, and Danny Formal leads the way down to turn number 1. Gary Carlton with a good start. Andrew Bedozo around the outside. We're on top of Matias Ramirez. He'll get... Andrew Bedozo nearly picked up all the way to 4th or 5th going on the outside if it weren't for Juan Manuel Correa getting tagged. He got a little bit sideways. Correa runs in 5th. Gary Carlton with a great start in the Formula K. He's up to the bumper of Danny Formal. So Gary Carlton coming on strong on Sunday, just as he did back in Homestead. He is all over the rear bumper of Gary Carlton. Rubens Barrichello still sits in the 3rd spot. 4th is the Cosmic of Jim Cabrera, as there goes Carlton to the inside in turn number 1. He'll go by Formal. Gary Carlton is flying here to start. Andrew Bedozo with a problem in the first turn. He's gone around. Rory Vanderster also with an issue here after getting put on top of Matias Ramirez. It looks like he's fallen to the tail end of the field. As we look up front, a 3-kart breakaway here. Jimmy Cabrera trying to latch on. Juan Manuel Correa trying to close as well. Battle back for 6th. Nicholas Hargraves, I believe, that might have... Yeah, Nick Hargraves there in the 499. Working his way ahead of Colin Daly. Daly back to the inside. 3 wide behind them. They all shuffle outside the top 5. Here comes Rubens Barrichello. He'll go to the inside of Danny Formal for the 2nd spot. Barrichello looking to challenge Gary Carlton. Formal still a little bit off here as we head down to turn 3. Rubens Barrichello really hard onto the brakes here as he pulls up to the bumper. Carlton through the hairpin section. And the Ocala Grand Prix Tony, some factory support from the OTK USA squad. Barrichello right now a kart length behind Carlton and closing even more. Rubens Barrichello, what a drive so far. He's got a ton of speed to reel in Gary Carlton and Danny Formel as quick as he has. He's only a kart and a half back as Formel starts to fade here, down to third and falling off of the top two. Here comes Rubens Barrichello, a half kart length back. He'll go to the inside of Gary Carlton. New leader, Rubens Barrichello in turn number one. Gary Carlton runs in second. Danny Formal in third. Fourth, Jimmy Cabrera. Fifth, Juan Manuel Correa. Sixth, Nick Hargraves. Seventh, Colin Daly. Eighth appears to be Jonathan Tanon. Oh my goodness, Jonathan Tanon started all the way at the tail end of the field in 26th. The factory driver for the VCI team is into position number 8. Jet Nolan runs in the 9th spot. And he's followed by a close train of drivers. AJ Myers, he started even farther behind Jonathan Tanon. Actually 26th, even farther back than that as he was unable to do a standing start, so he had to go to the back. He'll now go by another spot to close up to the top 10. So AJ Myers making some moves as he moves into the 10th spot behind Jet Nolan. Rubens Barrichello here already starting to set sail on Gary Carlton. He is phenomenal here through the hairpins. So the top three here, Rubens Barrichello, Gary Carlton, Danny Formal, the top three. Fourth, Jimmy Cabrera. Fifth, Juan Manuel Correa. Sixth, Nick Hargraves. Seventh, Colin Daly. Eighth, Jonathan Tanon from the back of the field. Ninth, Jet Nolan. And again, 10th, AJ Myers cracking the top 10 from 26th. Your original pole sitter having to work his way forward. He's now closing up to the bumper of the next driver in line. And he'll go to the inside of Jet Nolan. Late breaking move. AJ Myers, the P9. Jonathan Tanon also closing the gap up. Colin Daly. He'll look for a move to the inside of the DR driver, and he'll do it in turn number 4. A great move by Jonathan Tanon to move into the 7th spot. 7th for Jonathan Tanon and 9th for AJ Myers, and they have still more time to make up some more positions. Battle for 4th starting to brew as well as Juan Manuel Correa tries to close up to Jimmy Cabrera in the 481. Into turn number 1, the top three have all spaced out here. Rubens Barrichello has set sail on your field in the pre-final. Jimmy Cabrera, Juan Manuel Correa still 4th and 5th as AJ Myers goes by. Colin Daly, he'll take away the 7th spot. Here comes Jonathan Tanon to the inside of Nick Hargraves. Tanon to P6. So position number 8 now for AJ Myers. Position number 6 for Jonathan Tanon. Their climb through the field continues. It may stall out around Nick Hargraves as we'll be coming up on 5 laps to go this time by. Out of turn number 2, AJ Myers all over the bumper of Nicholas Hargraves. Hargraves knows he's there. Here comes Myers to the inside in turn 3. AJ Myers. And he looks to be even a little bit quicker than Jonathan Tanon right now, who sits in the 6th spot. So Myers might be able to get 6th, although I don't know if any of them will be able to catch Juan Manuel Correa for 5th. AJ Myers by far right now the fastest driver of your top three. We'll take a look at our lap time just to see how everyone's shaken out thus far. And AJ Myers currently the quickest driver in the back with all the passes he's made. He's still a few tenths off the lap times being set by Rubens Barrichello and Gary Carlton, especially Barrichello. But Myers should be able to get to on here within a lap or two as he closes up to the bumper of the VCI driver out of turn 2. Last time by, AJ Myers was quicker than Danny Formal and Gary Carlton, only a half tenth off Rubens Barrichello, as he has now gone by Jonathan Tanon in the back section. A great move in turn 4 for AJ. He takes over the 6th spot and sets his sights on Juan Manuel Correa for 5th. 3 laps to go at the stripe, and AJ Myers has gone from 26th to 6th right now, looking for a potential top 5 starting spot as he heads through turn number 11. It may not even be out of reach at this moment. Myers at the line is approximately 2 seconds back from Juan Manuel Correa and Jimmy Cabrera. If they battle and continue to lose half a second a lap, Myers will be there very soon. But as things start to settle down here on Myers and Tanon's charge for the field, and we have yet to see any changes in the battle for 4th while Correa closes up to Jimmy Cabrera. You have to give a little bit of credit here to the top 3, especially to Rubens Barrichello, who did his homework overnight. Him and the Ocala Grand Prix team really got him dialed in. They've got quite a few drivers up front. Jeremy Fletcher in the Mini Rock class, Dylan Gennaro in Junior Rock, and Zachary Hollingshead doing very well in that as well up until the pre-final incident that put him to the back of the field. As Jonathan Tanon starts to go on the defensive here from Nicholas Hargrave, AJ Myers pulls away from them, but last time not a big advantage for Myers over Correa and Cabrera. As Rubens Barrichello rounds turn number 7, Gary Carlton a good ways back. Danny Formal really not that quick. He got a great start in the DRT racing entry, but he's actually one of the slower drivers inside the top 10 right now. He's being reeled in by Jimmy Cabrera and Juan Manuel Correa, not by all too much, but again, Danny Formal way off the pace of the top 2 by 3 or 4 tenths a lap. He's going to need to really find some more horsepower coming into the final to be able to contend for the win. Change in the 4th spot, Juan Manuel Correa, Jimmy Cabrera, they make contact over in turn 2. Correa goes on through after Cabrera tried to cross him over. Correa forced his way back all the way through at the exit of 2, but now he'll defend at turn number 4. Here comes AJ Myers, and he is hungry. He'd love to have a spot on the second. What a drive it would be. The biggest gain in positions that we would see all weekend for AJ Myers to go from 26th and all the way up. Oh, Cabrera gets bogged down in turn 7, and he gets by Juan Manuel Correa barely. Correa not going to be happy. He gives a little love tap through turn 10, and here comes AJ Myers. AJ Myers goes to 5th. Here comes Jonathan Tanon to take 6th away. Correa not able to hold on. Here comes Tanon to the outside, down the front straightaway. Correa going to fight hard as Tanon goes down the inside. Oh, AJ Myers throwing his hand in the air as he came across the line. A great run as he was able to come across the checkered flag here in the 5th spot, hoping he could get up to Jimmy Cabrera. Following that to the end, nothing to take away here from your pre-final victor, Rubens Barrichello. Rubens Barrichello will start on the pole for the main event. Gary Carlton will join him on the front row. And even though Myers and Tanon were much quicker than the rest of the field, no one is as fast as Brazil's Rubens Barrichello, the Formula One star, the quickest of all Rock Senior Shepherd drivers. And for one of the few times we have seen it this weekend, the fastest driver goes on to win here in Rock Shifter. Barrichello, your pre-final winner to wrap things up here before our lunch break, as Barrichello comes with Gary Carlson second and Formal in third. Fourth goes to Jimmy Cabrera. Fifth to AJ Myers. Sixth to Juan Manuel Correa. And seventh to Jonathan Tanon. With that rounding out pre-finals for the day, we've only got one more run through the classes. 7 total main events coming your way here after our lunch break when we come back in around an hour. Again, a huge thank you to everyone for supporting us here for Max Speed Entertainment. The 2017 VCI, powered by AM Racing Engines, Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels. Rock Edition rolls on live here on MaxSpeedEntertainment.com and Race Monitor, the official live timing and scoring app of Max Speed Entertainment. Finally, a huge thank you to Motorsport.com, the official digital media partner of Max Speed Entertainment, and as well Ray-Ban, the official sunglasses of the Florida Winter Tour and Max Speed. My name is Xander Clements here with Max Speed Entertainment. We're going to wrap things up again for lunch. We'll come back in about an hour with the main events, beginning with Junior Rock. Tyler Gonzalez will start on the pole after winning the pre-final, but it was not without quite a bit of pressure and battling from behind with Nicholas D'Orlando, Mateus Morgado, and Dylan Gennaro. Done in the Junior Rock pre-final. Mateus Morgado had a great drive through the field after a couple of decent heat races and not the best start. Morgado worked his way all the way up to second, and we'll start there here for the main event. A couple of drivers to keep your eyes on. Starting deeper in the field, Ryan McDermott made up quite a few spots after his involvement in the turn 1 incident, or turn 11 officially, the first turn off the start. Zachary Hollingshead was also involved, and another driver who was one of your quickest drivers all weekend will be starting shotgun on the field in the Duke Spine Cosmic. It will be Arias Duke Majan, who was slotted to start 34th here for the final. We'll see if he has to go any farther back here as they get up to the commitment line. Everyone racing up by the red line to try and get into their spot in line. But here we go. Gonzalez, Morgado, D'Orlando, Gennaro, Montoya. Well, Nick D'Orlando, your new leader. Oh, a lot of shoving there off the start. Nicholas D'Orlando leads the way to turn 3. Arias Duke Majan picking up quite a few spots off that start. He's working his way forward very fast in the middle of the mid-pack section. Meanwhile, the running order here after the start, it's D'Orlando, followed by Montoya, Gonzalez, Barrichello, Morgado, then Garrett Hughes, followed by Dylan Gennaro, Victor Shoma, Giano Torino with a phenomenal start. And Ryan McDermott working on the outside edge of the top 10, maybe 11th here as he crosses the line. Battle for the lead. Here comes the team Montoya Burrell Art number 258. Sebastian Montoya. Oh, and he'll get shoved wide as Tyler Gonzalez goes all the way 3 wide in the lead. A big power move for Tyler Gonzalez. Tyler Gonzalez, your new race leader. What a move by the driver in number 257, Tony Kart. Sebastian Montoya still second. Now he's got a fight from D'Orlando. Nicholas D'Orlando down the inside in turn number 5. He'll take over the second spot. Gonzalez leads now by 5 kart lengths to turn 7. One driver forced off the racetrack here. One of the NRM Motorsport drivers possibly. Was the driver who worked his way through in the LC. Now battle for second. Montoya again inside on D'Orlando in turn 1. Once again he goes through. This time Morgado trying to find a way by. Cannot do it as they head out of turn number 2. D'Orlando to third. Here comes Mateus Morgado and Garrett Hughes down to turn number 3. Battling for 6th. There goes Victor Shoma to the inside of Dylan Gennaro and battle for 3rd on Nicholas D'Orlando. D'Orlando being very aggressive early on here to hold himself up in the top 5 positions. But as Gonzalez leads, he is already starting to check out on your field. Tyler number 277 of Colt Hensley went up and over at turn number 1 a lap ago. He is okay. The driver out under his own power. No medical issue there for Colt Hensley, as we've got a big battle for third. Here comes Garrett Hughes. Right as Mateus Morgado gets by Nicholas D'Orlando, he throws his hand up as Hughes goes on by. Dylan Gennaro goes by to 4th. Victor Shoma to 5th. Morgado 6th. D'Orlando 7th. Behind them, it's going to be Eduardo Barrichello and Alejandro Diaz there in the 259. Diaz in the J. Howard MDD colors. He's ahead of Barrichello. Derek Carminante runs right behind him. Carminante is reeled in the top 10, whereas Ryan McDermott had one heck of art, but he's down outside the top 10 still. Diego Ramos was another one of the drivers involved in the incident in turn 11 last time. He's already worked his way forward to 16th on the racetrack and continuing to climb in the NF Sports Cosmic as McDermott goes back and forth with another one of the Cosmic drivers through turns 1 and 2. 3 drivers. One of the NF Sports Cosmic drivers, another one of the NRM Menge apparently involved his day going from bad to worse here in the Florida Winter Tour. Arias Duke must have had an issue here off the start. The number 299 unable to complete a lap. He was one driver I was looking to watch for quite a few big moves towards the front of the field. Unfortunately for him, his day is done. As for Zachary Hollingshead, what a drive to the field for this driver. He started outside the top 25. He's up to 17th, battling for as high as 13th in the pack he's in right now. Tyler Gonzalez continuing to pull away here out in front. Last time by about a half-tenth quicker than Sebastian Montoya. Montoya still holds the second spot as Dylan Gennaro has worked his way to third. He's gone ahead of Garrett Hughes over the past lap. So Dylan Gennaro climbing his way forward here in the OGP Tony. Nicholas D'Orlando going back and forth for the 6th spot with Victor Shoma. Here comes Dylan Gennaro for second. Move Gennaro to P2. Dylan Gennaro goes by Sebastian Montoya with a great move in turn number 1. Sebastian Montoya up to the bumper of Gennaro as they go for turn number 3. Still single file here in that 4-car train for second. Nick D'Orlando leads another group behind him with 3 carts in tow. Victor Shoma and Eduardo Barrichello behind. Derek Carminante's made work of the Cosmic drivers in front of him. Alejandro Diaz. As Tyler Maxson has started to climb to the field as well. The 274 Bennett driver working his way towards the front of the field. He's up. Keep our eye on the OGP driver. He was 17th at the line last time. I believe he should come across in 16th or 15th this time by. Dylan Gennaro last time by about a 10th quicker than Tyler Gonzalez. Gonzalez out of 58.26, a 58.20 for Gennaro. He'll need a little bit more to run down your race leader as Gonzalez has built up a 1.5-second gap here in Junior Rock. Back for 4th, Garrett Hughes under heavy fire here from Mateus Morgado. Morgado's been one of the quickest drivers here this weekend. Every session he's been in, but he's had just a little bit of bad luck, or bad positioning is more like it, as he's been shuffled just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Whenever he's made his pass, instantly he's been forced to go backwards. A big gap now outside the top 10 with quite a few drivers spaced out beyond that. Right now, it looks like Hollingshead has worked his way up to maybe the 15th spot. So yes, 15th for Zachary Hollingshead, catching up to his OGP teammate Jay Hubert in 14th. Ryan McDermott, 12th. Tyler Max in 11th. And Diego Ramos 13th against those drivers that were up front in some of the early heat races here. Had bad luck in the pre-final. As Tyler Gonzalez heads through the S's last time by, he was still about a half-tenth slower than Dylan Gennaro, who is the second quickest driver on the racetrack to none other than Sebastian Montoya. This time, Gennaro may have caught into the gap a little bit more. Looking for his first career national victory in the junior class, Dylan Gennaro just trailing a little bit from Tyler Gonzalez here, a little over a second, separating first and second place. He's still going to need a little bit more than that. 13 to go. If he takes off a tenth every lap, he'd be on the bumper on the final lap around. So he's got to continue to be just a tick quicker than Tyler Gonzalez, and that is a tall ask for the to get out of the 2016 Max Speed Entertainment Driver of the Year. But if there's any weekend that Dylan Gennaro might be able to accomplish that feat, it would be this one. He has been very strong since we went green in qualifying. Even in the heat races, falling back, his racecraft has shown through with as little experience as he has running at the front of the field here in the junior division. Gennaro showing that he can still make up for it with a little more heart and a little more effort, as he is really pushing hard here down the front straightaway to catch up to Tyler Gonzalez, his former OGP teammate. Again, Gonzalez hooking up with the Speed Concepts Racing team formed by Mike Speed at the beginning of this year, switching over to them for the Florida Winter Tour campaign. He had a solid debut for both Junior Max and Junior Rock at round number 1, and now looking for his first win, I believe, with the team. In Rock competition again, it was Eduardo Barrichello who shined through, a driver who was sort of a dark horse coming into Homestead. Barrichello right now still running inside the top. He's a little bit farther back, just right now battling for what looks to be the 7th or 8th spot. It looks to be Garrett Hughes. He's gone on by. Hughes falling now down to the 6th position. D'Orlando to P5. Battle for third. What a move by Mateus Morgado. He goes by Sebastian Montoya in turn number 2. Montoya challenging right back in turn 3. He'll go back to third. Morgado back at him in turn 4. Nick D'Orlando and Garrett Hughes also going back and forth. This gives Dylan Gennaro a big gap. He should be comfortably in second, but he still has his eyes right now on Tyler Gonzalez, trying to run him down. Last time by, Dylan Gennaro again a tenth quicker than Gonzalez. I don't know if he's done it this time. He has pulled away, of course, with the battling for third as he took a look back down the back straightaway towards turn number 11. Gonzalez leads here. This time, it's 10 laps to go for Tyler Gonzalez, and the waiting game for Dylan Gennaro to arrive as he pulls off another 800ths last time. If Dylan Gennaro can get into the draft, he'll have a chance, as we have another change there in third. Montoya going by in turn number 1. Morgado now going to go by back in 3. Still trading the spot. Mateus Morgado determined to not get pushed to the back of the line now. He will defend from Montoya. They both are throwing their hands up at each other, frustrated that the other one won't push. Everyone loves to work together as long as they're leading. Right now, Morgado in that position as he's gone by Montoya and now through the S's and not giving Montoya the ability to challenge back. Nicholas D'Orlando reeling back in the Burrell art of Sebastian Montoya as they head over to the final turn of the racetrack. Down the front straightaway, coming to the finish line. It will be 9 laps to go. Dylan Gennaro can see that he is reeling in Tyler Gonzalez. He was a tenth and a half quicker last time, and he goes a little bit sideways in turn number 1. Dylan Gennaro sliding it through the first turn. That might have cost him about a tenth or two. That kind of bobble is going to make him pay, but he doesn't look to have lost too much time, if at all, to Tyler Gonzalez. I just don't know if he'll be able to gain this time. It didn't look as clean as the previous laps he had through there, but he may not have lost too much. In fact, he may have gained a little bit as he closes here out of turn number 5. Mateus Morgado now finally starting to pull away from Sebastian Montoya and Nicholas D'Orlando. They've also pulled away from Garrett Hughes and Eduardo Barrichello. Behind Barrichello's runs Victor Shoma, then it's Derek Carminate, and then Ryan McDermott. Yeah, that time by with the slide there in turn number 1. After taking a look back, they tell you that if you look back, the next corner normally is probably one of your worst corners of the race. Dylan Gennaro looked back to make sure he had a gap, and unfortunately, I don't know if that was why, but he just looked like he got a little bit sideways under braking. He missed the apex by maybe a half inch, and that kind of mistake is something you cannot expect to see out of Tyler Gonzalez. So while Gennaro may have made it, he can't really bank on one from Gonzalez. He's going to still have to do all the work on his own to reel in the Speed Concepts racing driver. Mateus Morgado may have just taken a little bit too long, unfortunately, to have to deal with the mid-pack section because he is over 2.5 seconds behind, although last time by was 0.2 quicker than Tyler Gonzalez. Down the front stretch this time, we'll take a look at the lap chart. 10 laps to go. Gennaro, 1/10 quicker once again. He's 1 second back. He knows if he can just get in the draft, he'll be good. As Nick D'Orlando goes by Sebastian Montoya for 4th. Montoya going to challenge back into turn number 3. D'Orlando trying to throw the block into 3. Montoya still there. He'll go back through to P4. Nick D'Orlando loses a good bit of time in that, and he's going to get backed up now to Garrett Hughes' train with Barrichello and Shoma in line. Dylan Gennaro looking for his first career national win. Tyler Gonzalez looking for his first rock victory with the new team, but not even close to his first big victory. Gonzalez taking a look back here down the backstretch. He sees that Gennaro is closing just ever so slightly, but he is running out of time. He'll need to get in that draft very soon. Mateus Morgado is giving it everything he has as well. He's closing up to both drivers, but I don't know if there'll be enough time without a battle for Morgado to get there. Gennaro knocks off another 0.5 to 0.75 of a second last time by. He knows he just needs into the draft of Tyler Gonzalez to challenge as Gonzalez still leads over to turn number 4. That time, Dylan Gennaro looked really strong through the S's. He is closing up to Gonzalez. 5 laps to go for Tyler Gonzalez. He's driven a phenomenal weekend here, winning the pre-final, winning all 3 of his heat races. It may not be in dominating fashion, but Tyler Gonzalez has come out on top in every single race session. Now he's about to have one more fight to try and seal the deal. Dylan Gennaro is coming. Last time by, 3/10 quicker for Dylan Gennaro than Tyler Gonzalez, cutting it down to less than 0.8 of a second. They're also catching up to some lap traffic here. They'll go ahead and probably give the black flag to some of these drivers. Paul Verbunen running 29th will be the first victim of that as Gennaro slides it sideways here. He can taste how close he's getting to Gonzalez, but may have had a little bobble there in the S's. Hopefully he's still in the draft to try and put on a show. 4 laps to go this time by. Tyler Gonzalez trying to hang on as we've got a battle for 4th, correction. Nick D'Orlando going toe-to-toe with Sebastian Montoya. D'Orlando forced in the grass out of turn 11. Nick D'Orlando still trying to fight hard with Garrett Hughes. He'll do a great slide job, but now he'll lose some ground out of turn 2. Garrett Hughes and D'Orlando side by side. Here comes Victor Shoma. D'Orlando going to get shafted back a couple of spots. He'll slot in line behind Shoma now, going all the way down to the 7th position. Barrichello trails behind. Last time by, it was only a 1/100th advantage for Dylan Gennaro. He still needs a little bit more to try and close up to Tyler Gonzalez. He's running out of time. This time it looks like Tyler Gonzalez may have just flipped on the afterburners one more time this weekend. I don't know if Gennaro closed at all. He's definitely trying. With 3 laps to go, the double sticks will come out next time by, and Dylan Gennaro just a little bit off. He closed up 300ths last time by. He needs a little more. He's still 7/10ths back as they exit turn 2. Dylan Gennaro driving his heart out, trying to get closer to Tyler Gonzalez. Gonzalez trying to play spoiler. The kid who loves to play in the dirt with the cart sideways. He seems to have it pretty hooked up and smooth here in Palm Beach. This time by 2 laps to go for Tyler Gonzalez. And Dylan Gennaro trails by maybe 5 or 6 cart lengths down to turn number 1. That time by, they were dead even. Dylan Gennaro giving all he has, but it still was 5/1,000 slower than Gonzalez last time by. Gennaro took a look back. No pressure from Mateus Morgado, who runs in 3rd. 4th, Sebastian Montoya. 5th looks to be Victor Shoma. 6th, Nick D'Orlando, under heavy pressure from Garrett Hughes and Eduardo Barrichello. Then in 9th, it looks to be Derek Carminante. 10th right now, Ryan McDermott. 11th, Diego Ramos. 12th, Tyler Maxson. Maxson actually has worked his way past Alejandro Diaz, but has not been able to pull away as we go back up front. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for Tyler Gonzalez. And Gennaro just not going to have enough here this time. He really needs a mistake out of the 257. But Tyler Gonzalez has so many laps in the go-kart by this point in his career, looking at maybe just a year or 2 more before he moves over to the next chapter in his motorsports journey. He didn't win the Max Speed Entertainment Driver of the Year award for no reason. He's not called one of the best junior drivers in the country for no reason. He's not even known as one of the drivers that Alex Speed thought might be one of the most talented he's ever worked with over at OGP. And now, with Mike Speed signing him to Speed Concepts Racing, he proves no matter what the team is, he can win. Tyler Gonzalez wins in Junior Rock. Dylan Gennaro finishes 2nd. Mateus Morgado finishes in 3rd. Sebastian Montoya 4th. Victor Shoma finishes in 5th. Nicholas D'Orlando 6th. Garrett Hughes 7th. Eduardo Barrichello 8th. Derek Carminante finishes 9th. And Diego Ramos on the final lap puts one over on Ryan McDermott to round out the top 10. What a race here in Junior Rock. And what a drive by Dylan Gennaro. While Tyler Gonzalez might be the best in the country right now, Dylan Gennaro proved that he deserves that to be known as one of those drivers as a favorite coming into any Florida Winter Tour weekend by what he has proved this weekend. It was not a fluke in qualifying. Even with some unlucky starts, Gennaro finds himself with a 2nd place finish. His first podium of the year in the Junior Rock division, and what a drive this weekend. What a drive as well for Mateus Morgado. He was quick in Homestead. He is quick again here in Palm Beach. Mini Rock put on one of the best battles we've seen them have all year in the pre-final. Alessandro De Tullio is your pole sitter here after winning the first session he's had all weekend without really having to climb back through the field all too much. Luca Mars, the Pilati-sponsored energy driver, starts second. Jeremy Fletcher and Justin Arsenault make up row number 2 between Ocala Grand Prix and PSL Karting. Connor Zilish in the Team Felon Energy chassis starts 5th, with Brent Cruz in the Vulture Nitro kart starting in 6th. James Zagozi in the Kuna USA entry starts 7th alongside his Kuna USA Tony Kart teammate Dale Curran. Finally, rounding out the top 10, it's the number 156 Vulture Tony Kart of Ashton Chilton starting alongside Annie Rule in the Scuderia PCR. It is time to go racing. Alessandro De Tullio, Luca Mars, 34 drivers in Mini Rock into the lanes. Looking for the green. We've got it. Green flag to turn number 1. They fan out side by side, 3 wide back in the field. Well, look, everyone's going to make it cleanly through turn 11. A couple through the dirt sideways. 3 drivers off the racetrack there at the exit, but we're clean down to turn number 1. 3 and 4 wide deep in the field. It is bumper cars all the way down to turn 1. Side by side to turn 2. 3, 4 drivers get turned around on the exit. Donald Warden goes around, your last chance qualifier winner involved in the incident. 2 other drivers as well. Jorge Ortiz might be one of them. No, not Ortiz. I believe he's still going on the racetrack in a different portion. Correction, it's Ortiz in the micro division. Alessandro De Tullio here leading the way in Mini Rock with Luca Mars second. James Zagozi has gone through to 3rd. What a start for James Zagozi. Jeremy Fletcher's going to 4th. Justin Arsenault P5. Connor Zillis P6. The entire train all the way down to turn number 11. Alessandro De Tullio leading the way with Luca Mars in 2nd. James Zagozi 3rd here. What a start for the 148. He's been working his way up every single session this weekend. So it's a pack of 3 out in front. Jeremy Fletcher runs in the 4th spot. Right now between the 2 packs, and once again he finds himself in a similar position to that of the pre-final, where he's on his own trying to run down the leaders and probably will have the potential to do it. Behind him, Justin Arsenault leads a big train with Connor Zilish, Brent Cruz, Ashton Chilton, and Reese Gold in tow. Reese Gold started on the outside of the front row in the pre-final. He's got a lot of work to do here in the final to work his way back to that position. Came across the line at 11 last time by. Down to turn 1 here. Alessandro De Tullio and Luca Mars still working together. James Zagozi not going to be left behind. He's all over the bumper of the energy driver. Battle for 5th here. Brent Cruz goes on by Connor Zilish as they exit turn number 2. Zilish down to 6th. Cruz up to 6th. Zilish down to 7th. And now battle for the 8th spot. Ashton Chilton going to have to surrender that to Reese Gold in the Bennett cart. He'll go on by. All-out battle for 10th right now. That looks like one of the Nitro carts holding it, possibly Anderson Leonard. Yes, Anderson Leonard leads that group with Dale Curran. Right behind is Luca Mars. Has gone through to the lead in the back section. Luca Mars, your leader through turn number 7. Luca Mars leads the way down the back stretch now to turn number 11. Alessandro De Tullio 2nd. James Zagozi 3rd. Jeremy Fletcher 4th. Here comes Brent Cruz for 5th right now on Justin Arsenault. The Nitro car driver has had a poor qualifying run here this weekend, but he's been very quick in a lot of the Mini Rock competition over the course of the past year. Brent Cruz, just like Zagozi, one of the younger drivers in the class. Jeremy Fletcher also moving up for the Micro Rock division. I believe he's only 10 years old here, so quite a few drivers underneath the age limit. Luca Mars as well, just 10 years old, has another year at least in the Mini division before he's even allowed to move up to Junior Rock. So quite a star-studded field off their talent alone, but their talent at their age, which is just phenomenal here. James Agozi trying to close back up to DeTulio. Jeremy Fletcher reeling in the top three, but the pack behind them's catching them as well off the toe of Fletcher. Brent Cruz, Justin Arsenault, Connor Zilic, Reese Gold, Ashton Chilton, they all could catch the leaders. Down to turn number 11. We have a change back for the 7th spot. Reese Gold going by Connor Zilic. Zilic down to the tail end of the train. Gold moving up. Now he'll set his sights on Justin Arsenault. And Arsenault with a late dive to the inside of Brent Cruz. He'll go by Connor Zilic. Oh, he just got way bogged down there. The engine flooded for Connor Zilic, popping over the curbing, and back he goes. Connor Zilic, what a heartbreaking midway race issue. He's fallen down. He's gotten up to full song once again, I believe, just behind Paul Bacchus. The Speed Concepts Racing Tony Kart about mid-pack right now in the top 15th or 16th position. Luca Mars still leads here. Alessandro DeTulio second, James Agozi third, and Jeremy Fletcher now has caught up to the leaders. Unfortunately, with that battle in turn number 1, Reese Gold did come out the biggest benefactor, even with battling Brent Cruz on the back section of the racetrack, but they have lost touch with Jeremy Fletcher, and they need to work together to catch him. Reese Gold might be the only driver out of that group that could run down the leaders on his own. James Agozi's actually lost a little bit of ground there down the front stretch, but with some help from Jeremy Fletcher and a late braking move, he was able to close up half that gap to DeTulio. Now Fletcher to the inside, also simultaneous change in the lead. Alessandro DeTulio goes to the top spot in turn 3. Luca Mars to second. Jeremy Fletcher moves up to third with a pass on Agozi. That moves Agozi. Oh no, Fletcher was not able to get it done. Agozi still holds the third spot. Fletcher in fourth. Alessandro DeTulio through the S's. A 4-car breakaway. Reese Gold runs alone. He's catching them a little bit. Brent Cruz right now leading the next group by 2 kart lengths, but I don't know if he can catch up to the top 5. Down the front straightaway, Alessandro DeTulio leads. Luca Mars in second, James Agozi third, Jeremy Fletcher in fourth, Reese Gold in fifth, and catching up to the lead group. Justin Arsenault and Brent Cruz starting to work together now with Ashton Chilton behind them. Then it's Anderson Leonard and Reese Elio Giovanni currently rounding out the top 10. Giovanni having quite a drive to the field here as Anderson Leonard now goes on by Ashton Chilton, back for the 8th spot. In 11th is Dale Curran. 12th, starting to come back to the field, is Connor Zilic. 13th is Joey Atanasio. Alessandro DeTulio leading the way. Luca Mars in second. James Agozi in third. Jeremy Fletcher in fourth. Reese Gold just went purple last time by. Up to fifth. 6 is still Brent Cruz. It is 2 packed, but mainly the top 2 trying to break away. James Agozi needs a little more help from Jeremy Fletcher down the straightaways. Fletcher not able to get that exit speed to close up to him and time his run. And if he doesn't, Luca Mars might be able to try and create some separation for himself and Alessandro DeTulio, which is what he's being able to do right now down to turn 3. Brent Cruz and Justin Arsenault trying to adopt the same strategy. They went 1/10 of a second quicker than DeTulio last time by. So they are catching that lead pack just slowly but surely. They trail by 2.5 seconds. Battle for third. Jeremy Fletcher trying the inside on James Agozi in turn 6. Agozi holds it here, but that cost them the draft now. They've fallen off of the top 2. DeTulio and Mars breaking away as Fletcher now gets some help from Reese Gold down the backstretch into 11. He'll go to the inside of Agozi. Agozi going to get shuffled. Oh, he gets nearly put in the grass. James Agozi gets swerved wide. Fletcher loses some ground off the exit, and Reese Gold goes on by. Now Reese Gold telling Fletcher to work together. Jeremy Fletcher looked to the inside. He almost stuck his nose in, but he thought better of that move. He stayed in line. Alessandro DiTullio and Luca Mars still trying to work together. Reese Gold still running third. Jeremy Fletcher in fourth. And James Agozi, now falling out of the draft, has sort of begun to slide backwards into the grasp of Brent Cruz and Justin Arsenault. Elio Giovanni's charged through the field, continuing now the number 112 Bennett chassis up into the 8th spot as he got by Anderson Leonard that time by. So James Agozi has now been caught by Brent Cruz and Justin Arsenault. Elio Giovanni trying to reel them in, leading Anderson Leonard and Ashton Chilton, as Connor Zilish has fought back to 11th ahead of Dale Curran. Battle for 5th now. Brent Cruz to the inside. He'll go by James Agozi. Move Brent Cruz back into the top 5 in the Nitro Kart. Cruz going to go all the way down to the grass to try and defend from Agozi. Then he'll move back up the racetrack in turn number 1. And he'll lead that pack of 3 out of turn 2. So Brent Cruz P5, James Agozi P6, Justin Arsenault P7. Nothing really happening right now except for Reese Gold trying to make up some ground. He looks to be gaining a little bit on the top 2, even with Luca Mars and Alessandro DiTullio trying to work together. Gold pulling up to them. Jeremy Fletcher did the same earlier in the race. I don't know if he'll still be able to do it this late in the going, as James Agozi loses another spot. He'll fall in line 6 behind Justin Arsenault in turn 6. With that move, Arsenault lost a little bit of ground to Brent Cruz and also brought Elio Giovanni up to the bumper of James Agozi. Agozi going to go back down the inside of Arsenault now in turn number 11. He'll take back the 6th spot. Luca Mars takes a look back. He's really trying hard to make it a 2-dog race, but Reese Gold is determined to not be denied.
Exact same time.
As Reese Gold closes the gap now to 2. Kart length last time by. Luca Mars was glued to the bumper of Alessandro DiTullio at the finish line just as he was the lap before. The identical lap times within the 10,000ths marker.
They need to switch positions. Luca and that kid. I thought Reese is faster than both of them.
Through the S's here, Luca Mars trying to work with DiTullio, but he's running out of time to find a way to go quicker because Reese Gold is now in the draft of these two. Luca Mars is still waiting for his move. He's going to have 6 laps to go this time by. 6 laps remaining for Alessandro DiTullio, Luca Mars, and Reese Gold. Jeremy Fletcher just a little bit too far back right now to challenge. Brent Cruz runs in 5th. He's pulled away from the pack behind him. Now led by James Agozi as he has Justin Arsenault going side by side with Elio Giovanni down to turn number 1. That battling has brought Connor Zilish back into it. He'll go to the inside of Ashton Chilton as Anderson Leonard goes on by Elio Giovanni, and battling for the lead here, Luca Mars, Reese Gold side by side. Gold to the lead after turn 4. Reese Gold, your new leader. Luca Mars 2nd, Alessandro DiTullio 3rd. Mars, I believe, went through to the lead in turn 3. Gold got it over in 4 and completed it into 5. Reese Gold leading the way in Mini Rock. Now Luca Mars is going to try and work with Gold, and they're going to try and pull away from Alessandro D'Atulio. Into turn number 1, Reese Gold and Luca Mars. 1 and 2, and look at the gap they've already pulled away from the AM Racing Engines Parolin driver. These two have gone toe-to-toe in many races over the past year or so. Reese Gold and Luca Mars leading the way here in Mini Rock. No one at the same level at the moment. They're continuing to pull away from everyone behind them. Four laps to go this time by for Reese Gold to try and hold back Luca Mars. I'm sure we will not see any bid for the lead until we get to the final lap. But Luca Mars is crafty. He may want to make his move a little early as soon as he's confident that he will not have to worry about a third driver coming into the mix. Back in the pack in 6, James Agosi, Justin Arsenault still going at it. Now Arsenault going to lose some traction here to Elio Giovanni, who will look to the inside for the 7th spot. Arsenault now going to dive back to the inside of Agosi. So this battle has been going on for probably the last 6 or 7 laps. It's continuing here. Connor Zilish going to take advantage of Agosi. He'll go around the outside in turn number 4. What a move for Flipper Zilish as he moves now into the 8th spot. Three laps to go this time by for Reese Gold and Luca Mars out in front. Alessandro D'Atulio still third. Fourth right now is about to be a battle as well as Brent Cruz has driven his way all the way up to the rear bumper of Jeremy Fletcher. Oh man, what a battle here. 2 by 2, 3 rows deep. Justin Arsenault 3 wide all the way back there from 6 to I believe 12. And right now it looks to be the Bennett cart of Elio Giovanni out in front of it with Connor Zilish up in second in line. Now he's down to 4th. A big gaggle of carts here through turns 4 and 5. Zilish now going to 3rd in line ahead of Anderson Leonard, running behind James Agosi. Down to turn number 11, this time by double sticks in the air. 2 laps to go. Reese Gold, Luca Mars still first and second. No challenge yet from the number 108 of Luca Mars. He is still calmly sitting behind Gold, just letting him lead here on the final couple laps. Battle for 4th. Brent Cruz, Jeremy Fletcher side by side to turn 2. Fletcher trying to move on the inside. He's going to pay for it big time. And Jeremy Fletcher loses a lot of ground to Cruz there down to turn 3. Into turn 6. Luca Mars has gone through to the lead in the back section. Luca Mars, your new leader here with a great move over in turns 3, 4, and 5 to not only take the lead but hold it over Reese Gold. Luca Mars now through the S's, pulling a cart length away from the number 155 Bennett. But Gold back in the draft here, coming to the white flag this time. He'll go to the bumper and stay there down to turn number 11. Out of the final turn on the racetrack, it's a 2-car battle. 1 lap to go. Here comes Reese Gold to the inside, down to turn 1. Luca Mars on the outside. Lead change. Reese Gold to the top spot in turn number 1. Luca Mars gets a good run out of 2. He'll go all the way down to the inside, right behind Gold. No move there. He'll look down into turn 3 as Gold moves up the racetrack. Luca Mars back to the lead in turn 3. Gold trying to cross him over. Outside, inside, side by side to turn 5 for the lead in Mini Rock. Gold again. One more crossover attempt. Not able to get it done over to turn number 6. Luca Mars now leads. Luca Mars, your leader into the hairpin. He'll lose a little bit of ground on exit, trying to defend a little bit as they go through the S's. Reese Gold right on the bumper for the final time in Mini Rock. Mars all the way down to the grass. No way for Gold to go to the inside. Gold going to go to the outside. He'll try and cross him over. Mars locks it up. Here comes Reese Gold. He'll go through. Reese Gold over, under. He will win in Mini Rock. Luca Mars makes one little bubble all race long, and unfortunately, it costs him the win. Reese Gold taking full advantage. He wins in the Mini Rock class. Alessandro DeTulio comes home in third behind Mars. Fourth goes to Brent Cruz, and fifth to Jeremy Fletcher. And then a big battle for sixth that went on for probably the entire second half of that final. Next up, it will be the Senior Rock Division. This one put on a good show as well. Much better than what we saw Friday and Saturday with Austin Garrison walking the field, as Ben Barnicoat was able to take the pre-final victory with Ryan Norberg hot on his heels, and Garrison not too far back either. Everyone's tuned on the go-karts, and the track has changed. It's gotten a lot more rubber. It's gotten hotter. Everything's different, and it is a 20... So Ben Barnicoat and Ryan Norberg make up the front row. Austin Garrison and Jesse Krill will start in row 2. Jet Nolan, Victor Franzoni. Row 3, Arthur Least. To the inside of row 4, Dustin Strauss. In the inside of row 5 as we get them all lined up. Looking for a green. We've got it. Green flag to turn number 1. Ryan Norberg did not get the best start, but he will slot into second. Austin Garrison getting swallowed up by the pack now. He'll fall back quite a few spots off the start. Garrison going to go to the inside of Arthur Least in turn number 1. He'll go by over to 2. Least side by side with his RPG teammate Gabriel Paterli. A couple of drivers getting involved in an incident over on the first turn of the race here as we watch the field go through the hairpin section. There goes Garrison up to third by Jesse Krill, but now he's lost a lot of time running behind both of those drivers, and Ryan Norberg and Ben Barnicoat have already begun to pull away. Barnicoat and Norberg nose to tail here. Garrison trying to close up to them as Arthur Least was able to go by Jesse Krill as well in the back section. So move Arthur Least up to P4. Here comes Ryan Norberg up to the bumper of Ben Barnicoat. He'll look to the inside. And Barnicoat goes way wide. He completely blows turn number 1. Norberg lets him in line. Here comes Austin Garrison. He's closing up. Barnicoat signaling to Norberg, I think, to work together. Norberg not going to listen to that. He'll go to the inside in turn 3. Ben Barnicoat now stuck between Norberg and Garrison closing the gap now over to 5. Ryan Norberg leading the way out of turn number 5 into 6. For the first time all weekend, Ryan Norberg is leading here at the Florida Winter Tour, just as Austin Garrison was unable to lead until the final back in Homestead. Everything has flipped here in Palm Beach. Garrison still running third, and it's all nose to tail to 11. He has a shot and probably the speed to contend Norberg, and I think that'll be the biggest difference in the story. Another driver who's got a lot of speed right now is Arthur Least. My goodness, Arthur Least running down the leaders, and Barnicoat throws it down the inside. Norberg goes to the outside in 2. Garrison side by side with him now down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3, Barnicoat gonna block now all the way to the inside lane. Norberg not able to get by. They all get checked up. Arthur Least closes the gap. 4 carts, bumper to bumper here in Senior Rock. Norberg trying to force his way by here, using some muscle in turn 5. Couldn't do it. Garrison right on the bumper there through turn number 6. Through the S's for Ben Barnicoat over Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison and Arthur Least as they go down the backstretch. Here comes Garrison looking to the inside of Ryan Norberg. He'll go to second in turn number 11. So Ben Barnicoat leads. Austin Garrison runs in second. Ryan Norberg runs in third. Arthur Least runs fourth. There goes Garrison. A late dive on Barnicoat. Now Barnicoat gets the bumper from Norberg. 3 wide for second. Here comes Arthur Least. Norberg trying to fight Arthur Least off, and Least goes through to P2. Barnicoat still leads side by side for third. Norberg P3 as Least defends into 4. He'll defend over into turn number 5 too. Norberg trying to make sure they don't lose Ben Barnicoat. I don't think that'll be too hard. Norberg and Garrison both look a little bit quicker than the Fullerton driver right now as they head into turn 7. What a battle for the lead. Arthur Least, the senior rookie, here in only his second race on the Rock Senior Package, is P2 and closing the gap to Ben Barnicoat, the 2012 KF2 European champion, as Austin Garrison goes by Ryan Norberg in turn 11. Here comes Arthur Least. Barnicoat puts him in the grass. Ben Barnicoat just completely swore Least out of turn number 11. Ben Barnicoat is proving he does not need to be messed with. Austin Garrison now going to come under fire from Norberg. They are all out battling here now in Palm Beach. Garrison goes through to second. Norberg to third. Least in fourth. Here comes Victor Franzoni in fifth. Ben Barnecoat still leads. Austin Garrison now going to have a try at the Englishman once again. Out of turn number 7. What a show here in Senior Rock. Get up on the fence, ladies and gentlemen. This is some of the most aggressive racing I've seen all weekend. Here comes Austin Garrison up to the bumper of Barnecoat into turn number 11. Garrison not going to make his move there. He's going to probably wait till turn number 1. Barnecoat sees him. He blocks all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack. Garrison going to follow. Norberg trying for the over-under. He'll go to the outside of Garrison. Lee's going to follow him. Here comes Ryan Norberg. What a crossover. He goes by Austin Garrison for second. Ben Barnecoat blocking down on the inside in turn 3. Norberg through to P2. Garrison P3. Arthur Lees hung on the outside. Victor Franzoni giving the bumper to Garrison in turn 4. So Victor Franzoni now in the pack. 5 carts altogether. And more are coming as Franzoni goes by Arthur Least in turn 6. Ben Barnecoat still leading the way in the Fullerton USA machine. Ryan Norberg second. Austin Garrison third. Jesse Krill, Gabriel Paturli, and many more all trying to fight their way up to that lead pack. And they can see the battling, how hard things are going. We have just started the final. Here comes Norberg. He's got Garrison behind him. They'll try to work together to turn 1. Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison nose to tail here. Ben Barnecoat going to block down to the inside in turn 3. He'll move back up the racetrack, trying to work together to make sure it's not every single one of the 33 Senior Rock drivers in the battle. As Garrison took a look to the inside of Norberg in turn 4. Now Victor Franzoni goes by. Norberg goes by Ben Barnecoat in turn 5. New leader over to turn number 6. Ben Barnecoat going to have to make sure he doesn't mess up the S's because Norberg looked a whole lot faster over the past few laps. Here he is already with a 2-car length advantage. Ryan Norberg trying to get away. Ryan Norberg just needs to hit turn number 11 flawlessly because if he doesn't, Ben Barnecoat shows he doesn't care how far back he is. Ben Barnecoat will go for the pass. He's 3 carts back with Victor Franzoni right behind him to turn 1. Barnecoat throws it in really deep on the brakes. He'll close up to Norberg as Victor Franzoni loses third to Austin Garrison. In fact, Barnecoat that deep on the brake zone, he still close up to Norberg. Norberg now going to do the blocking to turn 3. And Barnecoat going to cross him over. He'll give it the bumper. Ben Barnecoat moving Ryan Norberg. Now into turn number 5, nose to tail. Into turn number 6, a 3-card advantage for Norberg. Austin Garrison right behind Barnecoat. He'll throw it down the inside in turn 7 and move Barnecoat wide. Barnecoat now behind him. Garrison knew he needed to make that move to run down Ryan Norberg. He's got a 2-card advantage. Barnecoat now going to lose a little time. Here comes Victor Franzoni in turn 11. Franzoni down the inside of Barnecoat. He goes down to 4th. Austin Garrison now sets his sights on Ryan Norberg. Oh, Ben Barnecoat, around he goes! Ben Barnecoat self-spins on the outside. Austin Garrison got tagged by Victor Franzoni, who wanted to go in as deep as possible to make sure Barnecoat didn't pass him on the outside lane, and now Garrison lost a ton of time. Arthur Lease now goes through on Victor Franzoni. Franzoni all over the bumper of Lease, trying to move him out of the lane. I don't know if that bent the axle on Austin Garrison's cart or not. He still looks to be okay, but Ryan Norberg pulling away in Rock Senior. Ben Barnecoat's all the way down behind Lane Vacala. He's in a mid-pack battle right now. This is absolute insanity in Rock Senior. He's still going at it. Oh, man. One driver just got swerved hard coming out of turn number 11. That was by Logan Cussin. Barnecoat down the inside. Oh, they all get together in turn 1. Ben Barnecoat this time completely stalls the motor. Logan Cussin was the driver who swerved at the Praga entry. I believe that might have been Lucas Cole. Meanwhile, up front, Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison have pulled away. Norberg went purple last time, but Garrison was the one that got tagged. He might be pulling up to Norberg. I don't know if he is or not. We'll see this time. And he is. Austin Garrison, a half-tenth quicker than Ryan Norberg last time by. He is reeling in the Burrell Art driver with 12 laps to go. Behind them, in third, Victor Franzoni. Fourth, Arthur Least. Fifth, Gabriel Paterli. Sixth is Jet Noland. Seventh, Christian Cole. Eighth, Dustin Strauss. Ninth is Abby McLaughlin. And 10th, Logan Cusson. Austin Garrison is on an absolute tear here. He is not going to be denied of what was nearly a perfect weekend. He still wants the overall win, and he is fighting for it. This time by the stripe. Cross flags in the air. Garrison 2/10 quicker than Ryan Norberg. Austin Garrison giving it 110% here in Palm Beach to run down Ryan Norberg. 2/10 quicker last time by. Both drivers pulled away from the pack behind them, but Victor Franzoni and Arthur Least, they were a little quicker than Ryan Norberg last time by. If they can settle who leads and Garrison battles with him a little bit, then we could see another big pack once again. Garrison reeling in Ryan Norberg for the lead. He'll do it again here this time. Ben Barnicoat with another issue. He's gotten together with one driver, turn number 7. Ryan Norberg last time by went purple, about 300ths quicker than Austin Garrison. He needs to continue to hold that pace right now if he wants to keep the comp car driver behind him and out of sight. He'll take a look back here down the back straightaway towards turn number 11, and he's still got about an 8/10 lead here, but Garrison may have closed a little more here this time by. Victor Franzoni not too far back either. Garrison a 57.18. That was 1/10 quicker than Norberg. Franzoni, Least, Paterli, and Noland are all just only a 10th a lap slower than Norberg. They just need to close the gap a little bit more to the top two. So Ryan Norberg here leading the way over Austin Garrison with 9 laps to go. It'll be 8 this time by, but he is slowly losing his advantage back to his former Ocala Grand Prix teammate. The two drivers running up front, graduates of the OGP Driver Development Program that currently has the Dylan Gennaro enrolled in, who just had his best weekend of the Florida Winter Tour in his entire career. They've also helped develop the likes of Tyler Gonzalez, who again making the switch to Speed Concepts Racing with Mike Speed's operation. Still just as fast this weekend. A driver that is just as good as these top two drivers in his own right. Now Gabriel Paterli with a late dive on the inside of Arthur Least. He'll take over the 4th spot. Least going to cross him back over, and they'll try to work together now to turn number 3. Last time by, again, a 10th and a half that time for Austin Garrison over Ryan Norberg. Norberg knows the lead is shrinking. It was 6.5 tenths last time. It's going to be even less this time by. 7 laps to go at the stripe, and Norberg trying to run the race out, run the clock out. Austin Garrison determined to make sure he can make the most of the final few laps, closing the gap up to the Burrell Art driver. Into turn number 1, Austin Garrison deep onto the brakes there. He still didn't lose too much time, but he'll lose a little bit on the exit of the corner as they head down to turn number 3. Victor Franzoni pulled away from Gabriel Paterli and Arthur Lease in the pass last lap around. He's still holding that gap. In fact, Garrison going purple, but Franzoni about 3/10 quicker than Paterli and Lease due to their exchange. But it was a 1.5 tenth of a second advantage once again for Austin Garrison over Ryan Norberg. Granted, right now he can see that he's gaining, so I'm sure he's pushing even a little bit more. But on top of that, he is closing up to the drafting distance. Ryan Norberg with such long, high-speed straightaways here at Palm Beach, the draft does matter just a little bit. We've seen that in many of them. He looks a little bit stuck to the racetrack, having to put some more wheel input in the Burrell Art machine to get that thing to work through the corners. Still, either way, the two packages here, PSL Karting and J3 Competition, having their individual chassis tuned in at Palm Beach. It's a big advantage this time here for Norberg. He might have pulled back away a little bit from Garrison as they head onto the backstretch once again. Can Austin Garrison reel in Ryan Norberg? He was catching him up until this past time, where Norberg has started to pick up the pace very late in the going. It is 5 laps to go, and Garrison is about 4.5 tenths back, running identical lap times to Norberg. I'm not sure if Austin Garrison used up some of his tires or if Norberg just came in a little bit too late here, because he's running lap times equal to what it was before. Garrison about 2 tenths off his best overall as they head through turn 4. It is still Victor Franzoni in third, Gabriel Paterli fourth, Arthur Least in fifth, putting 2 Rollison Performance Group OTK machines inside the top 5. Jet Nolan in the NRM Motorsports Tony Kart runs in 6th, Christian Cole 7th, Dustin Strauss runs in the 8th spot, Logan Cussin runs in 9th, Abby McLaughlin runs in 10th. As we head down to turn number 11 again, this time by 4 laps to go for your race leaders, and Garrison about 4 kart lengths back. Austin Garrison trying to close the gap here. He'll clip the curbing in turn number 1 to try and find a little bit more. He'll hop in the seat. Garrison really got bogged down out of 2 and lost a couple kart lengths, and he knows it. Austin Garrison running out of steam on the final few laps. Not by physical stamina, but I just believe the kart may not be as much of an advantage over Norberg as it was a few laps ago. This time, Ryan Norberg starting to pull out the advantage over Austin Garrison as they go through turn number 7. And as they head through the S's, 3 laps to go this time by for Norberg. Down the front stretch, Ryan Norberg with 3 laps remaining. Austin Garrison tucking his head behind the wheel and getting as low as he can to help with the aerodynamics. Still hopping that comp cart over the curbing in turn 1, trying to find some speed out of turn number 2. Norberg really good out of the bottom end section. We spoke with Ryan Norberg during the Max Speed Rapid Fire show, episode number 1 that we had yesterday evening on Facebook on the Max Speed Entertainment official page about how this race last year sort of was the race that began a big string of wins for Norberg over the course of 2016, a career-defining year for Ryan Norberg that helped set up this deal with PSL Karting to partner up with them for the 2017 season in the U.S. Open, Florida Winter Tour, and a few other scattered events throughout the country. As he heads this time by 2 laps to go for Norberg. Garrison still behind him, losing a little ground each lap now as Norberg goes purple. So Ryan Norberg saving his best for last, and it looks like that may be enough to hold back Austin Garrison. Victor Franzoni still sits third. Gabriel Paterli has Arthur Lease right behind him. Jet Nolan trying to close. Christian Cole running in the 7th spot still over Dustin Strauss in 8th. Logan Cussin 9th. Abby McLaughlin 10th. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for Ryan Norberg. 1 look back. No need to defend for Norberg as he's got the gap nearly doubled from what it was a few laps ago over Austin Garrison. Garrison trying everything he has to get the Fluo up front, and he's done so this weekend. He's put Compkart once again at the top as we've got 2 drivers together in a bad incident over at turn number 7. One big crash here at turn number 7. They're trying to get the track clear before Norberg gets there. On the final lap, he'll be all right. So Ryan Norberg, what a drive here this weekend, overcoming adversity in every single heat race, qualifying second. Back every time in the pre-final, getting shuffled back, and then dealing with a huge battle at the beginning, getting out of the fray when he needed to. Out of the final turn, Ryan Norberg reverses the fate from Homestead, and he will win in Palm Beach Rock Weekend. Ryan Norberg, your overall winner in the second round of the 2017 Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Austin Garrison finishes second. Victor Franzoni finishes in third. The battle for fourth to Arthur Least and Gabriel Paturli went to Least. Paturli fifth. Jet Nolan sixth. Christian Cole seventh. Dustin Strauss eighth. Logan Cussin ninth. Abby McLaughlin rounds out the top 10. In one of the most exciting Rock Senior races we've seen in a long time to kick things off. Ryan Norberg comes out on top, having the speed when he needs to at the very end. And Norberg in the PSL Karting Burrell Art Chassis goes 2 consecutive Florida Winter Tour weekend wins after winning the Rotax first round and now winning the next Florida Winter Tour weekend. The Micro Rock final about to get underway here in Palm Beach. And again, we are under some cloud cover here, so the clouds just covering, drop the track temperature a little bit. So Brandon Carr and Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. make up the front row. Miguel Costa and Ian Aguilera Atoir, row 2. Row 3 sees Sebastian Ng and Alex Powell. Row 4, Jamie Newton, Vinicius Tesoro. Row 5, Mateo Rubio Luengo and Elliot Cox. Again, 5 different countries represented inside the top 5. With the United Kingdom, Brazil, the United States, Mexico, and Panama representing their first 5 drivers as Brandon Carr and Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. lead your field into the lines. 34 Micro Rocks looking for the green flag here in Palm Beach. No green, way too quick there the first time by the stripe. So as we wave off the first attempt for the Micro Rock drivers, Brandon Carr and Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. going to have to slow the field down for the second try. Elliot Cox qualified on the outside of the front row here overall. Second place, had his kart stall when the karts were stopped at the red flag due to a series of failed starts in the first heat race. Cox had to rebound from a couple of other decent finishes to drive to the field in the pre-final. He got up as high as 7th and was on the verge of catching the leaders before he got roped back into a battle for the outside top 10 positions. As we watch the field make their way over to turn number 4 here, the Micro Rock drivers really going to slow things down, and we'll try on the second attempt. Hopefully we'll be able to get the green this time by. Again, a lot of shade now for the first time we've seen pretty much all day where the whole track is covered. The sun has gone behind the clouds, at least for the go-kart track section of the Palm Beach International Raceway. It's poked through a little bit over at the entry to turn number 3, but besides that, fully covered here. It's definitely dropped the temperature feeling a little bit here as we watch the field file through turn number 6. One driver, it looks to be Paul Bacuse, trying to catch his way up through the field. He's fallen back. And we'll look to fight, get his way forward through the commitment line. I don't know if he'll get all the way up to where he's supposed to be. He's still behind a couple of spots, but he'll go forward to find a place in line. He'll get it. So Paul Bacuse in line. He had a little bit of trouble there in the back section, keeping the kart running as the rest of the field comes through the S's. Bumper to bumper, nose to tail. We look to get them racing once again. Brandon Carr, Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., your front row in Micro Rock at 34 drivers strong. Full throttle now. A green flag is given. Green flag in the air. We're underway to turn number 11. 3, 4 wide. A couple drivers getting popped sideways. Multiple around in the back of the field. 5, 6, 7 karts all in turn number 11 turned around. Down into turn number 1. Brandon Carr leads the way. Battle for second. Ian Aguilera Atoir goes by Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. As we watch the field go through the back hairpins, Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. and Jamie Newton going at it. They'll make side-by-side contact to turn number 5. Carrasquedo Jr. unable to complete the pass as Alex Powell is now 3 wide farther back. Miguel Costa trying to make up some spots. He's now on the outside to turn number 6, but he'll throw it back down the inside of Powell in 7. As they all get choked up behind the top 3. Your leader, Brandon Carr, with Ian Aguilera Atoir right behind him, could probably separate themselves if they work together. One driver, I believe, in the Nitro kart, that's Sebastian Ng, right now running 3rd as they head to turn number 1. Aguilera Atoir to the inside of Brandon Carr for the lead in turn 1. Ian Aguilera Etoile goes into the top spot. Brandon Carr to P2. Sebastian NG P3 as around goes quite a few drivers. Paul Bacus involved. Jorge Ortiz is involved. 5, 6 drivers as well in a separate incident at the exit of turn number 1, including Elliot Cox, Emo Fittipaldi, Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. Correction, not Carrasquedo Jr., that's the mini number 11. Quite a few drivers taken out here in turn number 1, but Brandon Carr leading the way here as he's gone back for the lead in the back section over Ian Aguilera Etoile, and we've got a big train of go-karts behind him going all the way back to Eli Troll. Just like in Mini Rock, it's one big train. This is 14 go-karts in the lead pack, and Brandon Carr goes wide out of the final turn. Here come the Sharks. They smelled the blood in the water. Ian Aguilera Etoile into the bumper now to turn number 1. Sebastian NG right behind him. Carrasquedo Jr. P3. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. fighting for that third spot with Sebastian NG. Jamie Newton trying to follow. Alex Powell now under fire from Miguel Costa in turn 3. Costa going to back out. He won't be able to do it as Powell now goes on by NG. Now he'll lose that in turn 4. That change in third and in fifth has allowed Brandon Carr and Ian Aguilera Etoile to once again pull a little bit of a gap over the rest of the field. We'll see if they try to work together or pass once again as we go into the S's. Down the backstretch, down to turn number 11. Brandon Carr, Ian Aguilera Etoile are the top 2 as they go into the final turn on the racetrack. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. trying to lead the rest of the field. Back up to the top 2 as Aguilera Etoile starts to work with Brandon Carr out in front. He'll stay glued to the bumper as we've got a battle for third. Top Kart USA's Jamie Newton looking to the inside. He'll back off that as Alex Powell slots into the pit spot ahead of Sebastian NG. A Benik followed by 2 Paralins, then the Top Kart, and then a Tony Kart followed by a Nitro Kart, and then another Benik chassis. Your top 7 brands. I believe you've got another Tony Kart following behind Miguel Costa. We'll confirm that as the field exits turn number 5. Brandon Carr, though, leading it, and it's 4 karts bumper to bumper through turn number 6 into 7. Through the S's, down the back straightaway. Alex Powell closing up. A 5-car breakaway forming as Sebastian NG and Miguel Costa starting to fall back. Here we go. Battle for the lead. Ian Aguilera Etoile goes through. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. had to fend off a charge from Jamie Newton at the end of the straightaway. He'll be able to do so comfortably as Aguilera Etoile leads. Brandon Carr back to the bumper in turn 1. Brandon Carr with a great move in turn number 3 to go back to the top spot. Ian Aguilera Etoile down to 2nd. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. 3rd. Jamie Newton 4th. Alex Powell 5th. The top 5 still nose to tail. Miguel Costa now having gone by Sebastian NG in 6th. NG 7th. And the number 7 of Cooper Shipman having a great day, cracking into the top 10. He's been working his way forward. He had a great run in the pre-final to get up to, I believe, 9th or 10th at the end of it. And Cooper Shipman now P7 as he comes across the stripe. No passes into turn number 1 except for Cooper Shipman. A late dive to the inside of Sebastian NG. Cooper Shipman goes through. Cooper Shipman to P6. P7, correction, as the top 6 start to break away a little bit due to that maneuver. Behind NG, Vinicius Tesaro looked for the way by into turn number 3. He did not make it. Still battling for the 3rd spot as Brandon Carr gets shuffled back. Carr loses 3 positions, now 4 in turn number 5. He falls behind Alex Powell. Ian Aguilera Etoile leads. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. 2nd. Jamie Newton 3rd. Alex Powell 4th. Brandon Carr 5th. Ian Aguilera Etoile, the Mexican, leading over Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., the Brazilian, as they go down to turn number 11. 6 carts in the lead pack with Miguel Costa latching on. Cooper Shipman leading Sebastian NG, trying to catch up to the leaders. NG going to look to the inside. He won't do it. Jamie Newton trying to fend off Alex Powell, and he'll successfully do that. And now Miguel Costa looks to the inside of fellow Benek driver Brandon Carr to turn 3. So 6 carts in the main pack, another 6 carts behind them with the potential to catch up if there's any more battling for the lead. So a big train here in Micro Rock. Battle for the 4th spot. There we see Alex Powell giving it up to Brandon Carr as Carr starts to charge back up through the line. Powell going to look back to the inside in turn number 1, though. Alex Powell going to take back the 4th spot from Brandon Carr. Carr falls back down to 5th. Miguel Costa 6th. Cooper Shipman now in the draft of Costa as Miguel Costa goes to the inside of Brandon Carr for turn 3. Miguel Costa trying to make it stick. He gets bogged down, can't do it, and now Cooper Shipman starts to catch up. Meanwhile, Jamie Newton starts to break away, and Ian Aguilera Etoile and Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. both pull away a good bit from Newton and the rest of the field. Ian Aguilera Etoile, Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., Jamie Newton, the top 3. Alex Powell, 4th. He's now got Brandon Carr looking to challenge down to turn number 11. Carr to the inside. He'll go through. Alex Powell down to P5. Miguel Costa still P6. Cooper Shipman 7th. Sebastian NG in 8th. 9th on the racetrack. Another one of the Nitro carts. I believe that's going to be Frankie Iadavea. Yes, Frankie Iadavea in the number 76. Running in the 9th spot. Jacob Kolar running in 10th. Vinicius Cesaro 11th. Mateo Rubio Luengo 12th. As we have another battle, this time for 5th. Alex Powell falls behind Miguel Costa. And so Powell goes down to the 6th spot. Ian Aguilera Etoile might be one of the fastest Micro Rock drivers here this weekend. He is pulling away on his own from Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. and Jamie Newton as they exit turn number 7. It is very rare you see a single driver be able to break away from the field in Mini Rock or Micro Rock competition, but Ian Aguilera Etoile is on the verge of doing so as he leads the field down the front straightaway. Cross flags given, 9 laps in, 9 laps to go of the 18-lap final. Carr nearly making a pass on Jamie Newton to turn 1. Down to turn number 3, Carr not close enough for a pass this time. The line still single file all the way down to the 13th spot. Noah Baker in the number 49 Benek. As they start to close into turn number 6. Aguilera Etoile, Carrasquedo Jr. closing together. Jamie Newton getting some help from Brandon Carr to close the gap as well as we go through the S's. Aguilera Etoile still leads. Down the front straightaway, the top 5 pulling away from Alex Powell in the number 80 Tony Kart. He's trying to hold on to the draft as he throws it in deep to turn number 1. He'll gain a little bit of time as Brandon Carr was able to get by Jamie Newton back in turn number 11. Move Brandon Carr to P3 as he starts to look towards the front. Now battling for the 4th spot, Miguel Costa goes through on Newton. Jamie Newton down to 5th. That pass was what Alex Powell needed to hold on to the top 5 here. Now it's a 6-cart train once again. Sebastian NG trying to make it 7 ahead of Cooper Shipman in 8th. Frankie Iadavea still 9th. Mateo Rubio Luengo's now slotted into the 10th spot ahead of Jacob Kolar. The DCT Speed Sport Cosmic driver started inside the top 10. He's slowly clawing his way back forward here in Palm Beach. Into turn number 1. Brandon Carr to the inside. 3 wide for the lead. Brandon Carr going to back out as Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. goes through. Ian Aguilera-Etoile down to 3rd as Brandon Carr goes through to 2nd as well in the same maneuver. Miguel Costa working his way methodically up to the lead pack. Ian Aguilera-Etoile now takes back 2nd from Brandon Carr in turn 3. This gives Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. a little bit of a gap to play with as Aguilera-Etoile runs in 2nd. Brandon Carr runs in 3rd. The two Parolin drivers out in front trying to work together. Down to turn number 11. Here comes Brandon Carr back to the inside of Ian Aguilera-Etoile. He'll go through. Miguel Costa also trying to follow. Not able to get there, and the pack starting to reunite as Brandon Carr gets a bump draft from Ian Aguilera-Etoile. Here comes Brandon Carr. He thought about going to the inside on Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., but did not make it. He did defend to the inside lane, though, to hold back Ian Aguilera-Etoile into turn number 1. Battle for 3rd. Here comes Miguel Costa. Ian Aguilera-Etoile, an aggressive block all the way down to the grass in turn 3. Costa backs out, and they lose a good bit of time now to the top 2. Out of turn number 5, Brandon Carr up to the bumper of Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. Through turn number 6. Now it's nose to tail for the lead, and then a 5-cart gap back to Ian Aguilera-Etoile. Whoa, one driver hard into the barriers into turn number 1. That was Cooper Shipman. Cooper Shipman gets turned into the red and white plastic barriers, nearly hitting the light pole. A hard impact for Cooper Shipman. He's going to be all right. He gets out under his own power, more frustrated than hurt. So he'll get off the racetrack. Meanwhile, Brandon Carr has gone through to the lead. New leader, Brandon Carr, to turn number 6. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. runs in 2nd. Ian Aguilera-Etoile 3rd. Miguel Costa in 4th. Jamie Newton 5th. Alex Powell 6th. Sebastian NG 7th. The crash for Cooper Shipman, as he knew he was in contention for a top 10 at the Florida Winter Tour. Hard to find in any of the divisions. And unfortunately, with that DNF, along with Frankie Iadavea, he is taken out as well. It separated the back 4 drivers off the lead group. So it's a 7-cart breakaway now. Ian Aguilera-Etoile going to try for 2nd. Can't do it on Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. He'll stay behind. Battling for 3rd now, Aguilera-Etoile under pressure from Miguel Costa. Costa to the inside in turn 3. He'll go through. Miguel Costa to P3. Brandon Carr, the Pied Piper here in Micro Rock. The laps begin to wind down in the final. He's got a 2-cart advantage to Carrasquedo Jr. in the 7-cart pack headed through the S's. Down the backstretch here, our starting straightaway into turn number 11, the Mechanics Hairpin. He'll round the final turn, a 7-cart breakaway out in front for Micro Rock. Carr still leads here as they cross the finish line. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., a big head of steam from Miguel Costa. The inside in turn number 1. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. back to the top spot. Brandon Carr trying to cross him over, coming out. Miguel Costa trying to follow, and Carrasquedo Jr. going to block to the inside, but he'll move back up the racetrack. He leaves it open for Brandon Carr, but Carr has to back out. Yellow flags waving over in turn 3. Battling over in turn number 5, though, Carrasquedo Jr. and Carr into turn 6 now. Here comes Brandon Carr. He'll go to the lead with a great move to the inside. So Brandon Carr back to the top spot. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. back down to second. Half out the exchange. Miguel Costa still runs in the third spot. Single file down the backstretch to turn number 11. Battling back for the 6th spot, the final spot in line. Jamie Newton loses that there to the Nitro car. Sebastian NG, who goes on by him. Now back down the inside of Brandon Carr in the lead for the lead in turn number 1. Miguel Costa gets turned a little sideways by Ian Aguilera Atwar, and Atwar sets him up beautifully for the pass for third. Now back to turn 3, the next corner with an answer to Carrasquedo Jr. He'll go to the lead. Ian Aguilera Atwar forced Miguel Costa down to the bottom, all the way to the grass, and Costa backed out. Aguilera Atwar holds the third spot, but Brandon Carr once again losing the lead in turn number 1, gains it back in the back hairpin section. Jamie Newton working his way past Alex Powell simultaneously to that lead battle. Powell down to 6th. Sebastian NG runs in 7th. This time by, it will be 2 laps to go. 7 karts still with the potential to win here, although the 4-kart breakaway due to the battle for 5th now starting to form. Powell going back and forth with Jamie Newton here for the 5th spot. Into turn 1, Carrasquedo Jr. really deep on the brakes, and Newton gets turned sideways there trying to slot in line. Sebastian NG goes on through. Jamie Newton losing some ground and down in 7th now. Battle for 2nd, Ian Aguilera Atwar now losing patience here with Carrasquedo Jr. He tried it also in turn number 4, still could not get by. Carrasquedo holds the 2nd spot. Brandon Carr, your race leader, Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. now is Aguilera Atwar forcing him wide in turn 7. Miguel Costa going to try and go through. He can't. Brandon Carr with a big lead now down the back straightaway. Brandon Carr realizes that this may be his opportunity. If he hits his marks right, it is game over for everyone else. Oh, contact in turn 11. Miguel Costa and Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. come together. Miguel goes on through. Carrasquedo Jr. goes by as the checkered flag flies here. Brandon Carr wins in Micro Rock. One of the most unexpected finishes here in the Micro Rock class. Brandon Carr goes through on the final lap. He'll go on to win. Ian Aguilera Atwar finishes in 2nd. And Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. in the final turn loses the 3rd spot to Miguel Costa. Costa was getting used up all race long, and he finally decided to give it back, but back onto it because I wasn't able to give him really a good walk up to the finish as it was so chaotic on that final lap. Brandon Carr puts himself in the right position at the right time to give a big lead heading into the final corner, and he hit his marks beautifully through turn number 11. No mistakes. Brandon Carr wins in the Micro Rock class. Again, a solid run for Ian Aguilera Atwar and Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. They went toe-to-toe on the final lap around, going back and forth. So Brandon Carr wins in Micro Rock over Ian Aguilera Atwar in 2nd. Miguel Costa finishes 3rd. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. 4th. Alex Powell finishes 5th. Sebastian NG 6th. Jamie Newton 7th. Mateo Rubio Luengo 8th. Vinicius Cesaro 9th. Jacob Kolar 10th.
I get home from work on Saturday morning about 4 to 5 a.m. On a good week, I did some prep early, and on a bad week, I'm doing it when I get to the track. Sleep is not an option. I unload, reg, driver's meeting, nap, qualify, race. It's not every weekend, but it's as many races as I can make. I used to race when I was younger, before New York and before getting married. I've always worn Bell. From bicycles to race cars, it's given me the best in safety when I've needed it the most.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
Orsalon Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orsalon Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orsalon, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs off a set of great principles, hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orsalon Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
here on top of the scoring tower to complete day number 2 of 3 in the 2017 VCI, powered by AM Racing Engines Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels Rock Cup USA Edition. My name is Xander Clemens here with Max Speed Entertainment, and again, today's wrap-up covers the second and third rounds of heat races and the last chance qualifiers for the Junior Rock and for the Mini Rock divisions. For Senior Rock, that was our third class on the order today, following the Junior and Mini Rock divisions, which were split up into the 4 groups for the heats. Senior Rock at 31 drivers, so Austin Garrison once again dominate the day. Ben Barnicoat got second in the first heat before making a chassis change that sent him to the back of the field to start heat number 3. He still drove through to a pretty solid finish aboard the Fullerton USA machine, but will not be starting nearly as high as he would have liked to for the pre-final tomorrow. Ryan Norberg had some bad luck in heat number 2, getting trapped behind a traffic jam after getting forced off the racetrack, exiting the first turn off the start. Norberg will still start in a pretty good position as he was able to rebound to 12th or 13th in that second heat. He also has 2 second-place finishes in the heat races here this weekend. He and Garrison are sort of in a field of their own. I don't believe anyone really has the pace right now to contend with them. Jet Noland has been impressive this weekend, competing with Arthur Least, and as well Gabriel Paterli's impressed some as he has been able to contend for a top 5 and a top 3 finish in all 3 heat races as well. We'll be keeping our eyes on those drivers to see if anyone can rise up to the level that Garrison and Norberg are currently competing at, because right now nobody is at that point of competition. In Mini Rock, Luca Mars was very fast, Reese Gold was fast, Connor Zilish showed some improvement as well, and one driver who had sort of been silently inside the top 5 for the majority of the Florida Winter Tour, Carson Morgan, had a breakout day today, snagging a heat race victory and doing a great job in his other heat race he had as well. Santiago Trocini, Elio Giovanni had some problems in their last heat race, unfortunately getting hooked together. A few others had some impressive days. Alessandro D'Atulio with a couple great comeback drives in his heats to rebound a little bit farther forward. In the Micro Rock division, we had quite a few big names having some issues. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. and Mateo Rubio Luengo had some problems. Alex Powell also had some issues today in the Speed Concepts Racing Tony Kart. He fell back after getting spun. Brandon Carr had some problems, although he ran up front in his other heat race as well. That class, one of the biggest classes we didn't split, I believe at 34 total drivers here this weekend. And then moving over to the Junior Rock division, Dylan Gennaro finally shined through and was able to really contend for the win and get a better start after qualifying on the pole. He had some bad luck in some of the earlier heat races. He had a really good run in the final heat of the day. Zachary Hollingshead has shown some speed. Arias Duke-Majan and Tyler Gonzalez, 2 of your front runners from Homestead, are up front as well. Gonzalez right now appears to be the driver to beat here in Palm Beach. Along with that, Mateus Morgado has shown some speed, but I don't believe anyone right now is on the level of performance that Tyler Gonzalez is currently set up for tomorrow. We'll see if anyone can find some more speed overnight. In Masters Rock, Gaia Magno has been phenomenal. He is continuing to dominate once again. He is on track for another perfect weekend and a clean sweep of every single official session in 2017 for the Masters Rock division by Max Speed Entertainment. In Shifter Masters, Farshad Bagheri and Vicky Bryan showed some speed early on, and Scott Davidson snagged a heat race victory after Bagheri ended up spinning out in heat number 2 under his own power. A lot of drivers today actually struggling, even more so than yesterday, with the lack of grip on the concrete in turns 1 and 2. Again, that's turns 1 and 2 after the timing loop, which is our finish line. In both of those turns, we've had multiple drivers self-spin, especially farther back. It's caused even the best of drivers like Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison to go wide today. As well, some of our senior shifter drivers are really skating around that turn. So a lot of drivers are struggling to get through on the concrete. And even with the rubber being laid down, there isn't really a lot of grip going down in that specific section. Many are having to get onto the brakes before they enter onto the concrete right on the asphalt transition. Finally, in the Shifter Senior Division, we saw Rubens Barrichello, AJ Myers, and Danny Formal all show some streaks of greatness throughout the day. Myers was able to take the last heat in dominating fashion. Danny Formal had a good run in Heat 2 to take that heat race victory. So we've seen those 3 drivers at the top of the charts this weekend. They have split all 3 heat races, as well some others that are looking very quick near the front of the grid. Matias Ramirez and Gary looking for the green here in Masters Rock. One straggler trying to catch up, but I think he will. Slap me. Oh, a little bit out of the trim lines, looking for the green. We'll give it to him. Green flag in the air. We're underway to turn number 11. Gaia Magno trying to hold the lead, but here comes Jason Nazario around the outside. Move Jason Nazario to the top spot over Gaia Magno. Mark Julian up to third. Pippa Man down to fourth. 3 wide, farther back. Miguel Gransal trying to work his way on through. He'll go by 3 carts here in the first couple turns. Gaia Magno looking to the inside of Jason Nazario. Cannot get there. Nazario leads the way for the first time this weekend. Into turn number 12, Jason Nazario still leads over Gaia Magno. He had a good start, avoiding the chaos in the pre-final to give him a good starting spot for the main event, and now Jason Nazario leads the way. Gaia Magno up to the bumper. He'll give him a little nudge in turn number 1. Tried and cross him over out of 2, but bogs the cart down. Cannot do it as one driver completely slid sideways over the curb. So Jason Nazario still leads here over Gaia Magno, the top 2, pulling away. Behind them, Mark Julian in third, Pippa Man in fourth, and Rodrigo Espina in fifth. Pedro Cabrera runs in sixth. He's made up quite a few spots from unfortunately getting taken out on the first lap. And Gaia Magno now with a big run out of turn number 2 goes by Jason Nazario to turn 3. So Gaia Magno goes to the lead. Pippa Man now to the inside of Mark Julian. Julian now getting his bumper beaten down by Rodrigo Espina. Man into the third spot. Gaia Magno already lengthening the lead over Jason Nazario. Pippa Man running third. Mark Julian in fourth. Fifth, Rodrigo Espina. Sixth, Pedro Cabrera. Seventh will be Jesus Robles. Eighth, Miguel Gransal. Down into turn number 1. Rodrigo Espina went by Mark Julian. Pedro Cabrera trying to go around the outside of Julian in turn number 1. He'll do so. He'll also nearly go to the inside of Rodrigo Espina, but get bogged down, and Espina gets away. After taking the lead, that is it for Gaia Magno. Already beginning to check out on your field here in Masters Rock. We've got 2 more main events coming after this one, 22 laps apiece. The Shifter Masters class will follow, and then we'll have the Shifter Senior Division. Gaia Magno leading the way here through the S's over Jason Nazario. Pippa Man in third. Pedro Cabrera in fourth. Rodrigo Espina fifth. looking for the lead here. Gaia Magno trying to pull away even more from Jason Nazario. Again, trying to find your leader. He's coming out of turn number 10. Already half the back straightaway ahead of Nazario as Pippa Man has been reeled in by Pedro Cabrera. Man running in the third spot, trying to hang on. She started there, fell back to fourth, worked her way back forward. Six laps complete of the 16 here in the Masters Rock Class. Gaia Magno pulling away. Jason Nazario is also comfortably in the second spot. Pippa Man in third.
Try this one.
So Gaia Magno through turn number 2, again exiting the corner as Nazario just enters turn number 1. Now Pippa Man side by side with Pedro Cabrera trying to hold him back. She'll go to defend down to turn number 3. So Gaia Magno leads the way here in Masters Rock. And out of the S's down the back straightaway. As Magno leads down to turn number 11 over Nazario. Pippa Man's now lost the third spot. Back to Pedro Cabrera. Rodrigo Espina runs in the fourth position. Pippa Man down to position number 5. Mark Julian Francisco da Costa right now 6th and 7th on the racetrack. 8th appears to be, 6th Miguel Gransal. 7th Mark Julian. 8th is going to be Jesus Robles. I don't believe Francisco da Costa is still running. It looks to just be Mark Julian of the blue, black, and yellow Borrell Art Machines. But a 3-card battle here for the third spot with Pedro Cabrera in third. 6. No real changes this time by the stripe as Magno's lead continues to lengthen here. The track getting more and more rubber each session. The S's especially here becoming really dark. We're finally starting to see some grip go down over in the concrete turns 1 and 2. Pippa Mann now falling back to the clutches of Miguel Gransal here in 5th. Gransal trying to climb forward. He started at the tail end of the field due to a penalty after being involved with an incident with Rodrigo Espino, who currently runs in the 4th spot. Gransal now in 6th. Pippa Mann still holding back Miguel Gransal for the moment as she runs in the 5th spot. Gransal still 6th. Mark Julian 7th. Jesus Robles 8th. David Ritchie in 9th. Miles Mahoney. Francisco da Costa unfortunately was unable to make more than just 3 laps around here in the final. 13 complete, 9 to go, and 8 laps to go this time by as Gaia Magno makes his way over out of turn number 5 and heads for 6. Great move down in turn number 1 from Miguel Gransal to go by Pippa Mann, but he botches turn number 2 a little bit. Mann going to take advantage. Side by side back to turn number 3. Pippa Mann back to position number 5. 7 laps to go this time by for Gaia Magno as now Miguel Gransal slides to the inside of Pippa Mann in turn 5, and he'll hold the position. Mann unable to challenge back. Mark Julian now going to challenge the top car driver. Gaia Magno just clicking away the laps here. to wind down what will be a second consecutive weekend sweep in the Rock Masters division. Jason Nazario here missed out on the round number 1 in Homestead. I don't know if we'll be seeing him in round 3 over at Ocala Grand Prix, but he is very quick for how good. Oh, we're not starting the year at the national level. Now going into February, he's outrunning Rodrigo Espina and Pedro Cabrera, as well as Miguel Gransal. And problems for Pippa Mann. I don't know what happened to Mann there. She was ahead of Mark Julian and now has fallen a good ways back behind him. Pippa Mann with an issue in the top cart. Maybe got turned sideways or bogged down in the first turns of the racetrack, but Pippa Mann down to 7th behind Mark Julian. This time by 5 laps to go for Gaia Magno as he leads the way. Second, Nazario. Third, Cabrera. Fourth, Espina. Fifth, Gransal. Five laps remaining. Gaia Magno a minimum of half a second up on Jason Nazario every single lap. Pedro Cabrera only 1/10 off of Gaia Magno last time by. But again, Magno just sort of cruising along about 2/10 off the pace of his best time right now with no need to push at all. Pedro Cabrera, on the other hand, is pushing very hard to try and catch up to Jason Nazario. He might be able to do it at the rate he is here to battle for second. This time, 4 laps remaining, and Nazario going to need to probably find a little more speed to hold back Pedro Cabrera for the runner-up spot. Behind Cabrera, once the battling begins for second, if it does, Rodrigo Espina is also a little bit quicker. He might be able to challenge. That time, Jason Nazario gave up a lot of time. He fell back an extra second off his normal pace, and I don't know exactly why. Either way, now he is almost within drafting distance for Pedro Cabrera in third, trying to climb 1 spot higher in the podium to set himself up for a potential outside chance come OGP for the season finale of the 2017 Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. But I'm not sure if anyone will really be able to knock off Gaia Magno there. He's been unstoppable at the first 2 rounds, winning every single official session. And as he makes his way down the front straightaway with 3 laps to go, Jason Nazario leads by just about 5.5 to 6 kart lengths back to third place, Pedro Cabrera. Cabrera now down just to maybe 2 or 3 kart lengths behind as he continuously clicks a little bit forward. This time into turn number 6, just 2 karts back from Jason Nazario for second. Rodrigo Espina is out of the picture. This was going to be the only battle on the racetrack right now. Cabrera closing up to Nazario to get up to that silver medal finishing spot. He's going to have 2 laps to try and do it. Double sticks in the air for your race leader, Gaia Magno, as the rest of the field crosses the other straightaway on the opposite side of that hairpin. It is the entire length of the front stretch from the apex of turn number 1 to the apex of turn number 11 for Gaia Magno's lead. Now it gets bigger as there goes Pedro Cabrera to the inside of Jason Nazario in turn number 1. He'll take over second and change in position. Pedro Cabrera to P2. Jason Nazario running in the third spot. Now he's fallen behind Cabrera. Should not fall into the clutches of Rodrigo Espina, but the white flag flying this time could change things. Espina is catching Nazario by a good bit. Nazario may realize that as he's trying to push a little more to catch back to Pedro Cabrera. Cabrera again qualified on the outside pole here this weekend. He was the second quickest driver, only behind Gaia Magno. White flag in the air for your race leader, Gaia Magno, in the Orsolon Racing FA kart. This weekend, just as in Homestead, he has been unstoppable, maybe even more so here this weekend in Palm Beach. It is simply unreal, the advantage he has over the entire Masters Rock field here at the first two rounds of the 2017 VCI, powered by AM Engines Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels. Down the final stretch here. This time it will be the double checkered flag. No pressure once again. Running out the brooms. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a clean sweep. Gaia Magno wins in Rock Masters. Second will go to Pedro Cabrera, an entire straightaway back. Third to Jason Nazario. Fourth will go to Rodrigo Espina. And fifth will go to Miguel Gransol. Sixth goes to Mark Julian, and seventh going to go to Pippa Mann. Next up, it's the Shifter Masters class. Two more main events before podium presentations to wrap up the second round of the 2017 VCI Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels. Rock Weekend. Again, we've got our Rotax Weekend next up. Here, the six drivers set to do battle for their 22-lap main event. Farshad Bagheri versus Igor Molkin here. With Farshad Bagheri having to start shotgun on the field. 6th place overall. He's been the quickest driver. Igor Mokin second best. Scott Davidson's been quick. He actually won a heat race yesterday as well. But Gary going for the lead on Igor Mokin on I believe the first or second lap, and the TB kart stuffed it into the barriers on the outside of turn number 1. And then from then on, he had a broken cart that he ended up putting into the wall over at turn 7. So we'll get our 6 Rock Shifter Master drivers lined up for their 22-lap main event. And then our Rock Shifter Senior drivers will follow to wrap up the on-track action here at the 2017 Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, second round of 3. Everyone into the grid. We are looking for the green. We've got it. Green flag down to turn number 1. Whoa! Igor Mokin with a big impact trying to go through the first turn. He makes contact with Scott Davidson, and just like that, Igor Mokin is out. Davidson into second, or into the lead. Farshad Bagheri just went from 6th to 2nd here in 2 corners. Vicky Bryan runs in 3rd. Yano Bachi runs in 4th. So out of turn number 5 on the first lap, your new leader, Scott Davidson, showing the way. Farshad Bagheri here trying to rebound from his bobble in the pre-final that unfortunately caused him to go into the barriers, battling for the lead. Bagheri, again, your driver that has been the fastest overall this weekend, but Scott Davidson leading the way has been very quick as well. Bagheri going to have to work for it here in the final, but he's got 21 more laps to do it. Vicky Bryan not going away silently here. She's still just hanging on a couple kart lengths behind Farshad Bagheri, who is trying to reel in your race leader, Scott Davidson. Davidson showing the way, Bagheri in second. So Farshad Bagheri now really starting to pull away from Vicky Bryan. She's falling back towards Yano Bachi in the 4th spot. But Scott Davidson showing the way without much pressure yet from Farshad Bagheri, who's trying to find a little more. The sun popping in and out from clouds here as we get later on into the afternoon, just a little beyond 3 o'clock now. The Shifter Rock senior drivers currently on the grid, over 25 strong, and we had Jonathan Tanon and AJ Myers do a phenomenal job driving through the field there in the pre-final. Myers was set to start on the pole before his clutch broke, and unfortunately that meant he could not do a standing start. So AJ Myers went to the back of the grid, made sure he kept the kart running, tried to time the start decently, got a good launch off the green without even having to come to a stop. Drove all the way up into the top 5. AJ Myers with a great run. Jonathan Tanon as well. He started on the back row in what was originally 26, still in that 26 starting position, but 25th in line. And so Tanon was also able to work his way forward. Myers followed him through a lot of the passes, or at least made the pass right after Tanon did earlier on in the session, and then would go on to pass Jonathan Tanon and go even a little bit higher than what the VCI driver was doing. But one driver that stood out far above the rest in the Shifter Senior Final was definitely Rubens Barrichello, over 40 years old, and taking it right to multi-time world champions, factory drivers, some of the best in North America, some of the youngest Shifter drivers as well, between the ages of probably 15 and 21, and these younger kids, again, getting whooped by Rubens Barrichello in the pre-final. I'm sure he'll be looking to do the same in the main event. But what a job done by the guy here, not only to compete and race, but to help enjoy the weekend with his two sons, Eduardo and Fernando, who are both competing in the junior and mini rock classes, respectively. Eduardo, of course, having a phenomenal weekend back in Homestead, winning the opening round of the Rock Junior race, still with a top 5 finish here, or top 10 finish in the Junior Rock final today. As for Fernando, not as good luck, unfortunately, but still a solid run for the 141. Still here in Shifter Masters, no change in the top 4, but Carlos Piazza losing a lot of ground, and Igor Molkin was able to get the go-kart restarted. He's right now 4 to 5 seconds a lap quicker than Carlos Piazza, and I believe he should be able to run him down and take over the 5th spot before the race is said and done. Well, initially it looked like Farshad Bagheri might be able to have the pace to contend Scott Davidson. Davidson right now is pulling away from the TB Kart USA driver. Scott Davidson has had a little bit of bad luck in the pre-final, falling to the tail end of the field, but got a really good start here in the main event. And now he's leading the way and pulling away from the driver in second. So Rock Shifter Master on the racetrack. Not much action happening right now here, as we've still got Shot Davidson pulling that gap a little bit bigger each time over Farshad Bagheri. No big mistakes on anyone to watch either. Piazza is being reeled in by Igor Molke. That may be the only pass we see, as Vicky Bryan is still holding Yano Bacci behind her. So up here in the tower, again, my name's Xander Clement with Max Speed Entertainment. We've got Johnny Johnson with Kart 360 here providing a lot of coverage of this weekend. And Johnny, we've got a decent race on the racetrack, but quite a good race coming up with a Shifter Senior. Talk to us about your predictions, what you look to see out of this one, especially from the pre-final.
Right, coming into today, I had written a lot about how there was 4 or 5 drivers that might be able to win. And this morning in the pre-final, it looks like only one driver is going to be able to win, and that's Barrichello. He had the much better pace in the longer run compared to the other drivers. Carlton was able to hang with him there about the halfway point on, but he couldn't really close the gap. So I'm looking for Carlton, Formal, and Myers to hopefully push the envelope a little bit to catch Barrichello. But for right now, I'm thinking Barrichello is the clear favorite.
Yeah, Rubens Barrichello definitely put a good clinic on in the morning pre-final. But again, everyone's putting on brand new tires for the finals here. It makes a big difference. Some of them may have had a setup that wore the tires out a little bit more when you're running 5 sessions on them. That's quite a bit to run on a set of tires, especially on a shifter. Do you think that might play into effect to maybe see some different drivers near the front with a new set on?
Yeah, we haven't really seen Carlton in a clear track with new tires all through the heats. He was on heats 1 and 2 when he had newer tires. He was starting 9th, so it's hard to tell right now what he has with new tires. I expect him to be really quick out of the box. That's kind of his specialty. It always has been. The opening 4 or 5 laps, he's the fastest driver on the track, and it actually showed in the pre-final when he had the lead for a minute. So I actually looked for Carlton to have a really good run early on with the new tires, and then we'll see how it sorts itself out as the tires get up to temperature and start to wear out a little bit.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it did look like 4 or 5 guys coming into the pre-final before Barrichello was able to put on the show that he did. We saw AJ Myers take a stint at the top, and he had a good heat number 3. He was really quick. He was still really quick. He was within about a 10th or so of Barrichello's times near the end of the pre-final, going from last on the grid without a clutch up to 5th place. Talk to us about what you thought of that run.
Yeah, that was impressive. That's too bad because yesterday I went over to the Myers pit at TB Kart USA and talked to them a little bit about their Heat 3 win. They were actually disappointed in their pace in that race despite winning. It was their only heat race win, but it was their slowest heat race. So they went the wrong way on chassis on that one. They changed some stuff overnight back to kind of where they were, and then the clutch issue hit them. So it's tough to say right now what they have, but he made it through the field really quickly. So I'm glad to see that because now he has an actual shot to win this. And these races are so long today that he just has to get in rhythm, find his area on the track once everything settles down, and then start to pick off the drivers in front of him.
And you mentioned also earlier, with Rubens Barrichello being the odds-on favorite after his performance in the pre-final, guys wanting to really stick it to him, especially guys like Gary Carlton, who are so quick out of the box and out of the gate. We saw a lot of really defensive, aggressive driving at the first half of the Rock Senior race. Should we expect a lot of that here out of Rock Shifter Senior?
You usually don't see that type of stuff in Shifter for some reason. But, yeah, if Barrichello's – I don't know how good Barrichello is at defending, but he could definitely be defending right away because I expect Carlton to push him really, really early in that race. And if Myers gets a good launch, he'll be right there too. I just don't see Barrichello being all that defensive right away. I think he's going to let the race come to him. He seems to be quicker in the long run so far that I've seen. So, if those guys get out ahead of him, he shouldn't be worried. He should be able to track those guys back in. So I don't expect too many defensive moves like that we saw in Senior Rock.
Yeah, and we've mentioned, now Danny Formal, AJ Myers, Rubens Barrichello, they've all had stints up at the front. Gary Carlton's been quick. There's been a few other guys, or anyone else that really looks out to you, pokes out at you that may be a guy, if not to challenge Rubens, but at the very least to possibly crack the podium you've seen through the heats in the pre-final?
Yeah, it's Juan Manuel Correa for sure. He showed some good speed in the heat races. He's sitting, I think, 5th or 6th. I have to look back at the results, but he's somewhere ready to crack the top 5. And with a good start, and he stays out of trouble, I think his pace is good enough to find him on the podium, especially in these longer races. So, like I've said, today's races are much longer than we've seen. They've been 10 laps. This morning was 12 laps. This is 22 laps, so it's almost double the distance we've seen. So it is going to be interesting to see who has that extra long pace, because you haven't really been able to test it yet this weekend. So you're going to have to go off your experience and your driving ability to be able to last those 10 extra laps today.
And as we were talking, a change in 5th place has occurred. Igor Molkin was able to get by Carlos Piazza, but everything else on the racetrack stayed pretty stagnant. The gap from 1st to 2nd right now, Scott Davidson back to Farshad Bagheri has not really changed. We still see those two, 1 and 2. Vicky Bryan, Yano Bacci, 3rd and 4th. No real big differences overall, but again, a huge thank you to Johnny Johnson from Kart 360 for speaking with us and giving you a bit of a preview of what we should expect to see coming up for the main event in our last race on the weekend, the Rock Shifter Senior Final. Scott Davidson is losing a little bit of ground here, it looks like, to Farshad Bagheri. Farshad Bagheri trying to reel him in the closing couple of laps in the Rock Shifter Master Final, coming on extremely late. But these are very physical beasts to drive. He was 4/10 quicker last time by. Bagheri with a little bobble out of turn number 5, though. If he can put together a couple of consistent laps, we might actually see a battle there for the lead. Scott Davidson still holds it, 56.25. Farshad Bagheri, 55.8, 4/10 quicker last time by. The black flag being shown here to Carlos Piazza. He will pull it into the pit lane. Too slow. He's falling back near the clutches of your leaders. We'll try to clear him off the racetrack as they'll see 5 laps to go this time. Bagheri a 0.5 quicker last time by, still 1 second back. If he can get a good run to the hairpin section this time, he might be able to close the gap up and battle with Scott Davidson for the overall win. They're going to catch up, actually, here to Carlos Piazza. Piazza going to give way, although into the S's here. He's really going to slow down Farshad Bagheri. Bagheri, you can see his head just nod, a little bit frustrated. Carlos Piazza finally out of the way. Bagheri having to give way, and that may have just ended the battle. Carlos Piazza ignoring the black flag. He'll be given it once again, but the damage is done. He has forced Farshad Bagheri to really back off that pace the last time by, a 0.5 second advantage. Give it to Scott Davidson. I'm sure Bagheri is going to be frustrated about that one. Carlos Piazza just crawling around the racetrack right now. Still not giving up. Farshad Bagheri was completely sideways, drifting to the exit of turn number 10, trying to get onto the straightaway in the TB kart, but again, just running low on laps here in the Shifter Master class. Bagheri was gaining on him before he caught up to Carlos Piazza, and unfortunately lost a lot of time there. Piazza did finally pull into the pit lane this time. Scott Davidson a 1.8 second advantage, 2/10 quicker last time by than Farshad Bagheri, which means we will not see a change in position, at least at the current rate. It's still just 3.5 laps remaining at a 2-second gap alone is pretty much insurmountable. Igor Molkin crossing by our audible mic here on the racetrack. You heard him go. He's still just a bit ahead of your race leaders, running in the 5th spot. Unfortunately for Molkin, nearly 35 seconds back at the start as he tried to go down the inside of Scott Davidson. They made contact coming together in turn number 11, and it sent Molkin all the way to the tail end of the field. 2 laps to go next time by in the last Masters race. The past 2 races have been dragging on just a little bit here with a smaller field and a little bit less aggression here. The Masters drivers, both in Master Rock and Shifter Masters, do have to go to work again on Monday, so they play it a little bit safer in the majority of the races, with the exception of what we saw somewhat earlier, though. Farshad Bagheri, wild man, making contact with the barriers and with another go-kart, ending his day in the pre-final, and he's had a spin also in turn number 1. He's been a little bit all over the place here this weekend. The rest of the drivers pretty clean and pretty conservative with most of their racing moves, as we see Scott Davidson lead his way through the S's. The double stick's going to come out this time by. A lap and a half remaining for Scott Davidson over Farshad Bagheri. The stands beginning to fill, though, in preparation for the final race of the day, the 26th driver Rock Senior Shifter Final. 22 laps. Rubens Barrichello starts on the pole. The driver started to start on the pole in the pre-final, had a clutch issue. That was AJ Myers. He starts in 5th after coming back from last and not even being able to do a proper standing start. White flag given now to your race leader, Scott Davidson. Farshad Bagheri close, but right now it will not be enough as he makes his way out of turn number 2 and over to 3. Vicky Bryan over Jano Bocci comfortably right now. Igor Molkin still in the 5th spot with no real opportunity to improve at the moment. Checkered flag in the air, and Scott Davidson wins in the Shifter Master Division. Farshad Bagheri finishes in 2nd. 3rd will go to Vicky Bryan. 4th will go to Jano Bocci. And 5th will go to Igor Molkin. A good race here. Scott Davidson going from the outside front row, even getting through a little bit of contact with Igor Molkin to go on and win in the Shifter Master class. Next up, Shifter Rock Senior. And the engines have come to life here. Rubens Barrichello and Gary Carlton, the front row. Danny Formal will start on the inside of row number 2. Jonathan Tanan finished in the 6th spot. He will start behind Jimmy Cabrera, who starts in 4th. Juan Manuel Correa down, I believe, Tanan in 7th, Correa in 6th. AJ Myers starts position number 5. Nick Hargraves, Jet Nolan, and one more will round out the top 10. Carlos Fonseca, the Costa Rican DR driver. But as the warm-up lap is complete, they'll take one more full circuit around before making their way on to the starting positions for your Shifter Rock Senior Final. Now in Homestead, Gary Carlton was able to get away from the rest of the field due to the fact that there was a lot of battling that went down for the second place spot by that 1.5 second gap built up. After all the battling ended, there was no one able to have the speed to outrun Gary Carlton enough, at least with the laps remaining, to run him down. And that's part of the deal with the Shifter Rock Senior Division. They are so close in speed. If one gets away because of a pass or battle behind them, it's very rare you'll see someone get run down. We've seen it a couple times this weekend, though, and we've also seen the fact that if they're battling and defending into the hairpins here at Palm Beach, they really don't lose all that much time because they already like to take a bit of a narrower line, being able to go down one more gear rather than trying to keep the momentum up, because they can just chip down to get that RPM higher. So the shorter line ends up being just as fast, and so going down to defend, maybe a kart length or 2 kart length disadvantage. Now everyone revving the gears here. You'll see these drivers sort of practice their start almost as they roll out single file into the tram lanes. Andrew Bodozo, one driver to keep your eye on, the bright yellow number 427 Scuderia PCR for Checkered Motorsports, starts in 25th. He went from 22nd to inside the top 10 in nearly every heat race. He was starting in the 8th spot before getting taken out at the end of the pre-final. Him and Gianfranco Mazzaferro start at the back of the field, but everyone's into the spots. I believe we are all good. No one stalling out just yet. Just a few more rows to complete. Rock, Shifter, Senior, all rows good. We look to Cam Hager, the last green flag of the weekend, as it goes up. 3, 2, 1, we're green. Rock, Shifter, Senior off the start lines. One driver stalls. Andrew Bodozo through the grass as the rest of the field goes on through. Gary Carlton with the whole shot by 4 kart lengths down to turn number 1. Rubens Barrichello trying to fight to hold on to second. Jonathan Tanan side by side with Danny Formal for third. AJ Myers stuffed hard into the barriers in turn 1, and he is visibly frustrated. Andrew Bodozo with a problem as well over at turn 2. He's off. Something there with the TB car driver that was just out of my line of sight, unfortunately for Myers, and he is out here on lap number 1. AJ Myers had one of the best drives we've seen all weekend, going up into the top 5 after not even having a clutch that was working in the pre-final, and now here on the start of the main event, Myers is sidelined. Now for second, Danny Formal to the inside of Rubens Barrichello, and Deja Vu back to Homestead. Gary Carlton with the lead, and the battle for second allowing him to keep it. It's a 1.3 second advantage for Gary Carlton back to Danny Formal. Formal did not have the speed he needed in the final, or the pre-final. But now in the main event, he's gone by Rubens Barrichello and is going to look to continue to build that gap, or at least cut into Gary Carlton's one. As Carlton leads, it's him, then Formal, followed by Barrichello, Tanan, and Cabrera, the top 5. Then it'll be Colin Daly with a fantastic start from outside the top 10. Carlos Fonseca, his fellow DRT teammate, Nicholas Hargraves runs in the 8th spot. Jason Alden 9th. Juan Manuel Correa 10th. This time by the line, Danny Formal goes purple, nearly 3/10 quicker than Gary Carlton. He is flying. Carlton with a great start, but he is not able to hold that lead. It is starting to be chipped away by DRT's Danny Formal, the Goodwood Cartways Formula K here this weekend. The IPK factory driver teaming up with a Canadian-based team to run the entire 2017 Florida Winter Tour in both rock and Rotax competition. Here this weekend, looking for his second consecutive final victory after not winning a single session, just like in Homestead. But as I mentioned, not nearly as much battling for the second spot. Barrichello playing nice for now. He's sort of letting the race come to him, as Johnny Johnston so eloquently put it. He runs third right behind Formal and still waiting on Formal to catch up to Carlton. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight has just started. We are about to see it really begin, as Carlton did get a big gap, but it is being shrunk every lap by Danny Formal. Problem for Jonathan Tanon. Tanon with an issue throwing his hand in the air. He's frustrated. The VCI driver with an issue over at turns 1 and 2. Jonathan Tanon pushes the cart off into the grass. He was frustrated at the result of that, and that takes out the VCI factory driver. So now Jimmy Cabrera gets promoted to the 4th spot. Colin Daly into the top 5. Meanwhile, up front, and Danny Formal and Rubens Barrichello last time by another 2/10 into the advantage. This time we'll see where the gap was shrunk down to, as last time by the stripe it was Jonathan Tanon going quickest. He knew he had the fastest cart, and whatever the issue was as he went down to turn number 1, it was something that would completely sideline the VCI driver. Again, a frustrating end to the weekend here for Jonathan Tanon and for AJ Myers. Two drivers that had the pace potentially to contend for the win here in the final and end up taken out in the first couple of laps. Myers, I believe, was a product of the turn 1 calamity that is characteristic here of the chicane they have at the Palm Beach International Raceway. But Tanon, he wasn't around anybody at the start-finish line. I don't believe he made contact with Barrichello from in front or Cabrera from behind. Whatever it was, maybe a thrown chain or something of the sort. That sidelined his go-kart and disabled it. As we look to the leaders once again, the top 3 closing together. Behind them, Jimmy Cabrera, Colin Daly, Carlos Fonseca not really keeping up as Formal closes up once again under braking to Gary Carlton. Last time by, it was Formal, nearly 2.5 quicker than Gary Carlton, cutting the gap down to 0.6 of a second. Carlton being reeled in. It will not be nearly as easy as Homestead came to the Formula K driver. Once again, Danny Formal reeling in Gary Carlton. The gap gets smaller every single lap as they exit turn number 11. This time, maybe down to 0.4 of a second. I'm not exactly sure as Formal tucks his head behind the steering wheel just for a brief second down the straightaway. Fast time of the race went to Rubens Barrichello, about 0.04 quicker than Formal. They both were 0.2 quicker than Carlton, a 4.5 gap. Now it's just a half cart length through turn number 3. Danny Formal up to the bumper of Gary Carlton, and Carlton knows it. He's already beginning to defend over to turn number 5. Rock Shifter Sr. with Gary Carlton leading the way. Danny Formal in second. Rubens Barrichello in third as they head to the S's. Formal with a big bobble there. Maybe a missed shift coming out of turn number 7. He lost a ton of ground. Barrichello went side by side with him. Now Rubens Barrichello got to go to the inside in turn 11. Rubens Barrichello to P2. Down the front stretch, Barrichello has Formal behind him. He'll defend a little bit down the inside to turn number 1. I believe Formal is probably going to work with him anyway. I don't think he was going to go by. But Barrichello trying to make sure he gets a good run down to turn number 3. They're still blocking a little bit. They know they're both faster than Gary Carlton. out of turn number 5. Gary Carlton just with about a half-second advantage back to Rubens Barrichello and Danny Formal. Jimmy Cabrera, Colin Daly, Carlos Fonseca behind them. Juan Manuel Correa's gotten by Nick Hargraves. Hargraves running in the 8th spot. 9th, Chet Nolan. 10th, Roy Vanderster as they head down to turn number 11. Out of the final turn on the racetrack, Barrichello with a fantastic launch down the front straightaway. 8 laps complete, 14 to go. Barrichello that time, even with the pass, held the gap at just 4.5 tenths to Gary Carlton. Closing in now, Danny Formal losing a little bit of ground to both drivers. And it looks like Carlton will have to fight with all he has to keep the Formula One star behind him. Barrichello had the kart setting up to come in right around the midway point, which is what we are approaching. We're a few laps away from the exact halfway signal given by our head flagger, Cam Egger. But even then, Barrichello starting to let the kart come to him. He knows it's a long race, 22 laps, plenty of time to make up for a start that may not have been perfect. And he falling to 3rd off of that with Formal going by. He followed Formal as far as he'd go, but as soon as Danny made that one bobble, Rubens knew it was time to go ahead and try and go for it on his own. He's pulled away from Danny Formal. He's pulling up to Gary Carlton, who is trying to duck as well down the straightaway to hold the lead. Into turn number 4, Gary Carlton with just a kart and a half advantage over Rubens Barrichello. The gap shrinking now. When and if that battle begins, Danny Formal should still be able to reel them in. I don't believe he will slow down enough that he won't be able to catch them. Jimmy Cabrera is not too far back for all things considered here with 9 laps into the race. This second pack of about 4 cars with Juan Manuel Correa in it. If the battle really starts to go down, which we know Gary Carlton will put up a good fight to hold on to the top spot, no matter who it is that passes him. We could see 4, 5, maybe even 7 drivers in the lead group. Oh, Barrichello sideways. He slides through turns 1 and 2 and gives a big advantage to Gary Carlton. Danny Formal thought about going to the inside in turn number 3, and that's going to give Carlton the advantage he needed. His kart also coming in around the halfway point, running lap times equal to that of Barrichello and Formal. But now Barrichello defending is going to give maybe a second advantage to Gary Carlton. It's a big one here, and Carlton needed that to be able to relieve some of the pressure he was starting to feel in the Formula K. Again, one bobble that just impeded their progress of running down Gary Carlton. Rubens Barrichello still under pressure from Formal as they go down to turn 11. Formal gives him a little nudge there in the center of the corner, trying to get him to go, but I don't think it'll be worth it, and I see Formal thinks the same. He'll go to the inside in turn number 1. Danny Formal, the P2. So Gary Carlton, shades of Homestead, with a battle for second that allowed him to get away early. And granted, now he's running lap times equal to them. I don't know if any of them can run him down. They were doing it in the beginning portion before Carlton really felt his kart come in. But now, Formal and Barrichello losing time to Gary Carlton due to the passes they made. We'll see what they hit this time by. Into turn number 3, Rubens Barrichello back to the bumper of Danny Formal. He thought about going to the inside. He knows if he, at the moment, he still has the opportunity whenever he needs to pass Formal. Formal did go purple last time by, but he was only quicker than Carlton by 2/100ths. It's a 1.8 second gap with 9.5 laps remaining. That's a huge margin for them to make up on race leader Gary Carlton, who is continuing to hit his best laps of the race here in the second half. into turn one. Ruben Barrichello back down the inside of Danny Formal. Formal took a quick look to make sure he wasn't going to get freight trained, and he'll tuck back in line. Barrichello now with a 4-card advantage over Formal, so Formal not going to be able to challenge back instantly. We'll watch them through the hairpin section, and Gary Carlton still with a big gap back to those 3 drivers. The next 3 have also fallen a little ways back. Carlos Fonseca has worked his way to the front of the train. Colin Daly's been shuffled back down to 7th. Juan Manuel Correa runs in the 6th spot. Battle for 5th. Here comes Juan Manuel Correa. He'll go by Carlos Fonseca as Rubens Barrichello now starts to defend to turn number 3 from Formal. Rubens Barrichello went 0.3 of a second quicker than Gary Carlton last time by. If he can continue that, he has an outside chance at catching your leader. 7.5 laps remain, but he'll need those 0.3 every single lap on Gary Carlton, and I don't know if you can count on that. Rubens Barrichello just needs to be absolutely perfect if he wants any chance at catching Gary Carlton. Into the final turn on the racetrack. I don't know if he did it this time. Formal back up to the bumper as they go down the front straightaway. 7 laps to go. Rubens Barrichello was half a second slower than an entire second slower than what it was the lap before. I'm not sure what the big difference was there, but Barrichello a 55.006 after a 54.1. A 2.3 second gap and lengthening here for Rubens Barrichello up to Gary Carlton. Six laps to go. Carlton a 54.508. Barrichello 54.39. A 10.25 quicker that time by, but not even close to enough to cut the gap down. Still a 2.1 second advantage for Gary Carlton. Five laps remaining for Gary Carlton. Again, a 1/10 advantage for Rubens Barrichello. It would have been enough if he didn't have the 2 big bobbles earlier on. First for Formal, then for Barrichello. They both have the pace to be equal to Gary Carlton. Those little mistakes, that one mistake on one lap, that sort of opens the floodgates. Then for the drivers behind to not only want to pass you, but to fear of the fear of losing the leader overcomes everyone, and you start to maybe even overdrive a little bit. Barrichello with the 55.0 lap he had to defend turn number 3 and a few other places from Formal as he was afraid of Formal going on by. And rightfully so, as Formal has definitely shown interest in going to the inside. He's passed him a couple times. They've traded the second spot. But as they go down with 4 laps to go to turn number 1, it is spaced out the top 4. Carlton leads, Barrichello second, Formal in third, Cabrera in fourth, Correa P5, Carlos Fonseca 6th, Colin Daly in 7th, Nicholas Hargraves 8th, Matias Ramirez in 9th, Roy Vanderster in 10th. The fifth spot having a little bit of a battle begin to heat up once again between Carlos Fonseca and Colin Daly. Both drivers under the DR chassis banner here, the Costa Rican Fonseca and Daly coming to us from Jamaica as we see them battling for sixth. Correa pulling away even further for fifth. Last time, another 10th-and-a-half advantage for Rubens Barrichello. He's cut the gap to a 2.5 up to Gary Carlton. Imagine if we didn't have the bobble or even just a couple of those passes between Barrichello and Formal, and how much closer they would have been, how much closer this race would have been. But with a lap and a half remaining, there's just not enough track time left for anyone to challenge Gary Carlton. He has done a flawless job. He has not made a single mistake all race long. He got a great jump off the start to go nearly 4 kart lengths ahead by the time they got out of turn number 1 over Rubens Barrichello and Danny Formal. And on top of that, simply did not put a single wheel wrong. Every lap he's put down within maybe 2 to 3 tenths of each other. A 54.31 was his best. A 54.34 his last lap. So you cannot take anything away from the Formula K factory driver, Gary Carlton. Barrichello definitely giving everything left in the go-kart right now. Another 10th advantage to cut it down to 1.59 seconds at the line between the top 2 positions. But either way, it's just not enough here in the Rock Shifter Senior class as they round the final couple of turns and head over to turn number 6. Gary Carlton leading for the final time around Palm Beach International Raceway and the Rock Cup USA edition of the Florida Winter Tour. Heading into the final of the racetrack, getting the whole shot to start the final, turning up late as he did in Homestead. He will win his 2nd consecutive final. Gary Carlton wins in Rock Shifter Senior. Rubens Barrichello comes home in 2nd. Danny Formal in 3rd. Jimmy Cabrera in 4th. Juan Manuel Correa 5th. A solid drive here, a great race. What could have been even a bigger battle if there were just 1 or 2 less mistakes, and who knows what this race could have looked like if it would have included AJ Myers and Jonathan Tanan, who both were taken out early. Tanan with a mechanical and Myers being stuffed into the barriers on the first lap. Either way, the American Gary Carlton triumphant here once again at the Florida Winter Tour, and he will win the 2nd of 2 Rock Shifter Senior final to kick off his championship campaign for 2017 amongst the different series he'll be competing in. He's got a strong bid here for the title heading into Ocala.
I get home from work on Saturday morning about 4 to 5 a.m. On a good week, I did some prep early, and on a bad week, I'm doing it when I get to the track. Sleep is not an option. I unload, reg, driver's meeting, nap, qualify, race. It's not every weekend, but it's as many races as I can make. I used to race when I was younger, before New York and before getting married. I've always worn Bell. From bicycles to race cars, it's given me the best in safety when I've needed it the most.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
Orsalon Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orsalon Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orsalon, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs off a set of great principles: hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orsalon Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.